We're going to start the meeting in a minute. Would everyone please take a seat? Would everyone please take a seat? We're going to start the board meeting. Yeah, can you hear me? Can everyone please take a seat? We're going to start the board. You can't hear me? We'll start. All right. Hi, you guys. All right. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Can everyone please take a seat? To the LA County Sheriff's deputies that are walking part of the host team. There you go. Hi, guys. All right. Not to call you out, but I just called you out. All right. Thank you. I'd like to welcome everyone, members of the public. Everybody, can you hold it down, please? Please. We welcome you to our public hearing meeting of Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, May 27th, 2025. We take note that the full board is present. The Chief Executive Officer, County Counsel, Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. We will begin today's board meeting with the county's land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, Fernandinho Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City County Native American Indian Commission website at lanaic.lacounty.gov. Thank you. The invocation will be led by Bishop Brenda, is it Boss? Boss, Southwest California Synod of the Evangelical Lutheran Church from the 1st District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Anthony W. Ruff, chaplain of the Executive Committee member, American Legion Post 314 from the 2nd District. If you are able, please stand, and thank you, Bishop.
Good morning. My name is Brenda Boss, and I serve as the Bishop of the Southwest California Synod of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America. We have 80 congregations in Los Angeles County. We worship in 5 languages. Not only do we have churches, but we have 3 K-8 schools and 1 senior community at Solheim in Eagle Rock, which is in Supervisor Solis's district and why I'm here. I'm also a proud and grieving resident of Altadena, California. Thank you, Supervisor Barger, for all your work. Please, supervisors, continue to remember us for a long time into the future. We will need it. I was thinking, what shall I say to all of you this morning? And the first thing I want to say is thank you. Thank you for serving our county. Thank you for loving our people. As a Lutheran Christian, we believe that we live in two kingdoms. One of them is the kingdom of heaven, where things are good and God is reigning supreme. But we also honestly understand that we live in the kingdom of earth, where things are hard and people hurt each other. And so to be in my tradition is to take the power of God and give it to the people. And so this morning, I want to offer a blessing, certainly to all of you supervisors and your staffs, and all of the invited guests and those who've come today to talk about the things you care about. This is sacred work. You don't need to be in a church to be building a kingdom of heaven here on earth. And so I'd like to offer a prayer in the Christian tradition for all of you. God of earth and sky, God of fire and wind, God of oceans and mountains, we thank you. We thank you that you have allowed us to live in this most gorgeous place. We also ask that you be with the supervisors and all the work of the county today, that they can think clearly and compassionately and remember all of us. May they honor the past of this great county and dream of the beautiful future of this great county. May they always think about justice, compassion, and may they never be stopped with fears of scarcity, but always believe there is a future, a new way, where we can use our resources for the thriving and health of this great place. We give you thanks for beauty, for love, for peace. Amen. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. Please face the flag. Place your right hand over your heart. If you're a veteran, you may render a hand salute and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, and good morning to everyone. I want to thank Bishop Brenda Boss for leading us today in a remarkable invocation, lifting up all of our hearts. Bishop Brenda Boss is a groundbreaking leader in the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, serving as the bishop of the Southwest California Synod since September 1st, 2021. Her election marked a historic movement as she became the first openly gay bishop in the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America and the first woman to hold this position in her synod. Born and raised in California, Bishop Boss initially pursued a career in television production, working for 18 years on popular sitcoms like The Golden Girls, Mad About You, and The George Lopez Show. Her transition into ministry was influenced by a profound experience after a colleague's sudden passing, when she was asked to lead the memorial service, revealing her innate pastoral gifts. She earned her Master's of Divinity from Claremont School of Theology in 2011 and a Certificate of Advanced Theological Studies from the Pacific Lutheran Theological Seminary in 2013. She was ordained in 2014 at St. Matthew's Lutheran Church, a congregation known for its LGBTQ inclusivity. She has served in various pastoral roles, including at Christ Lutheran Church in San Clemente. As bishop, Brenda Boss emphasizes authenticity, inclusion, and spiritual wholeness. Her leadership focuses on empowering individuals to live into their vocations. Beyond her spiritual duties, Bishop Boss is an author. Her book, Refilling the Reservoirs, Spiritual Care for the Exhausted Caregiver, was just published earlier this year in January of 2025. Bishop Boss resides in Los Angeles County with her wife, Janice, and they enjoy hiking with their dogs and spending time with their granddaughter. She has worked with my office on various events, including resource fairs, food distributions in her congregations in Eagle Rock, Monterey Park, and Pico Union. Thank you. Thank you again for gracing us with your voice, with your heart, with your spirit. And on behalf of the entire County Board of Supervisors, we present you with the Certificate of Appreciation.
Thank you so
Work
much.
well done.
Thank you, sir. Thank
Very
you.
inspiring.
Thank you so much. Little pig. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you. God bless you.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Yes, yes, good, good. She always does, she works very hard. I know she does. Good morning, Los Angeles. Please join me, thank you. Please join me in thanking and welcoming Sergeant Major Anthony Ruff to our chambers. Sergeant Major Ruff enlisted in the United States Army and the Army Reserves in 1985 and retired in 2021 after 36 years of distinguished service. Throughout his career, he proudly served in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Kuwait. His final assignment was with the 1194th, actually, 1194th. The 1194th Transportation Surface Brigade. During his service, Sergeant Major Ruff earned numerous accolades, including the Legion of Merit, Meritorious Service Medal, Army Commendation Medal, Army Good Conduct Medal, the National Defense Service Medal, the Overseas Service Ribbon, and the NATO International Security Assistance Force Medal. He has a bachelor's degree from New York Institute of Technology and a master's degree from Excelsior University. In addition, he has volunteered with the Veterans of Foreign Affairs since 2005. Sergeant Major Ruff is also a member of the Wounded Warrior Project, Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America, and the Disabled American Veterans, as well as a Gold Legacy Life member of VFW Post 5394 in Compton. He currently serves as a chaplain and executive committee member at the American Legion Post 314 in Hawthorne. He is happily married to his lovely wife, Arlena Gilmore, and they have resided in the 2nd District for 8 years. Thank you. So thank you again, Sergeant Major Ruff, not only for your service to our nation, but for your dedicated service to our veterans and the County of Los Angeles, and for leading us in today's pledge. And I'm proud to say that all of my colleagues on the board have signed this Certificate of Appreciation. Thank you again. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Now we're going to go on to presentations, beginning with 5th District, and then Supervisor Solis, Supervisor Mitchell, Supervisor Horvath, and then finishing with Supervisor Hahn. No. Well, hello. Every May, Los Angeles County puts special focus on the importance of caring for your mental health by celebrating Mental Health Awareness Month. Our Department of Mental Health's campaign, Take Action for Mental Health, is an important reminder for all of us to make mental health a priority. Today, my honorees truly embody that call to action. I'm proud to honor an extraordinary partnership that has supported the mental health of residents impacted by the Eaton fire. This innovative partnership between Molina Healthcare, Medical Mission Adventures, Heritage Clinic, MAHI International, and others deemed Eaton Health Village. In an effort to provide wraparound care after the fire devastated our Altadena community, these partners deployed a fleet of mobile clinics to meet the moment. Together, the organization set up shop in the parking lot of the Pasadena Seventh-day Adventist Church, offering 3,000 individuals giveaway items and 500 with healthcare services, something that I know, I talked to many that have been impacted, was invaluable. The Eaton Health Village not only provided medical, dental, vision, and prescription services, plus clothing and shoe giveaways, but invaluable mental health care. In the midst of an overwhelming, exhausting, and devastating time, this team ensured the compassionate care that our residents needed. They say it takes a village for our community to rebuild and recover, and Eaton Health Village really assumed that role. They were on site regularly throughout the week, ensuring residents were able to prioritize their mental health care by offering assessments and treatments completely free for survivors. Every resident who came on site or who called for their help was offered mental health support and was connected with a mental health specialist for an appointment. And their work is not letting up. They're here for the long haul, so residents know that they are not alone. Eaton Health Village will be launching supportive group therapy for impacted residents to lean on each other and receive mental health care alongside their neighbors who know exactly what they're going through. Because the mental health impacts of a traumatic event like a fire are lasting, they are taking preventative measures to alleviate the long-term impacts of trauma so it doesn't escalate into more serious mental health concerns. For residents who need more intensive care, they'll also be providing EMDR, a specialized therapy that helps people process traumatic memories and reduce emotional distress, free of charge thanks to a grant. In the words of a Medical Mission Adventures Executive Director, Dr. Evelyn Wong-Lo, all of these efforts in Altadena are meant to go beyond just maintaining health, giving residents holistic wellness for their body, mind, soul, and for their spirit. Thank you, thank you, thank you to our amazing partners who make up the Eaton Health Village for bringing hope and healing to our community. Your commitment truly is an investment in our residents' mental health and well-being for the future. My thanks to those who joined us today to represent Eaton Health Village. Cameron Smythe, Vice President of State Government Affairs for Molina Healthcare. Dr. Byron Riviera, Training Director of Heritage Clinic, and Director of Operations Sochi Flores, and therapist Esther Lee from Medical Mission Adventures. And what I say is, government alone is not going to fix what's going on. We need to work with our faith-based and our nonprofits, and we could not do it without you all. I know firsthand, talking to the survivors up in Altadena, it is going to be a long haul, and we're going to have to all be there standing with them side by side. So thank you for your part to make a difference. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. Is there a picture? Oh, there's one right here. Supervisor Solis.
I think Claire's going to join us. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here. It's a pleasure and delight to see all of our residents and folks that represent our very, very glorious LA County. But I'm here today to help uplift AAPI Month, the Asian Pacific Islanders celebration that occurs every year to celebrate all the contributions that this community has made for the betterment of Los Angeles County. And it's an honor for me today to lead today's celebration of Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, a time to recognize, to honor, uplift the diverse cultures, the histories, and achievements of the AAPI communities across Los Angeles County. Los Angeles County is home to one of the largest and most vibrant AAPI populations in the country. And in the 1st District, I happen to represent close to over 1 million AAPI residents. And that was done recently through redistricting. But I have always been a long supporter of the AAPI community and their leaders. From the San Gabriel Valley, including Monterey Park, to Little Tokyo, to historic Filipino town, and to Chinatown, our county's identity has been deeply shaped by the contributions of the AAPI community. Today, as we celebrate the rich heritage, we are also proud to honor 2 extraordinary organizations that have been pillars of advocacy, service, and justice: the Asian Americans Advancing Justice and the Chinatown Service Center. For over 40 years, the Asian Americans Advancing Justice has fought tirelessly to protect civil rights, promote racial equity, and empower AAPI communities through their legal services, education, and civic engagement. Their leadership in defending voting rights, advancing immigration justice, and speaking out against hate, especially targeted at the AAPI community, has been short of transformative. They have partnered with my office to provide translation resources and to Know Your Rights workshops. I want to thank them for their dedicated service to our entire community. Please give them a round of applause. Next, I would like to recognize Chinatown Service Center. They were founded in 1971. The Chinatown Service Center has stood as a beacon of hope for our community in care. What began as a modest health clinic has grown into one of the largest community-based AAPI health and human services organizations throughout Los Angeles County and Southern California. From providing medical and dental services to senior care, to youth development and housing assistance, Chinatown Service Center embodies a spirit of compassion, resilience that defines the AAPI community. The Chinatown Service Center has also worked with my office on several resource fairs, community events, and have provided essential translation services. And during the COVID pandemic, we set up many pop-up clinics throughout our district. And both organizations have been very helpful in helping us to combat anti-AAPI hate. And I want to thank them personally for that. As we honor Asian Americans Advancing Justice in Chinatown Service Center, we have to recommit ourselves to standing in solidarity with our AAPI communities and our neighbors against discrimination, against violence, and in pursuit of a more inclusive and just society. To the Asian Americans Advancing Justice, to the Chinatown Service Center, and to all the AAPI community, we dedicate every day to build a better Los Angeles County, and thank you for your tremendous services. And now I would like to present these scrolls to the Asian Pacific Americans Advancing Justice and to the Chinatown Service Center. And then I'd like to turn it over to Connie Chung. Connie, can you please give us a few words? And then after that, we'll have Peter Ng, the President and CEO of Chinatown Service Center, to also say a few words. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for this incredible honor. You have continued to be such a stalwart champion for our AAPI communities, our Latinx communities, our communities of color, and our immigrant communities. For Advancing Justice Southern California, who's dedicated to serving the AAPI communities here in Southern California, 6 out of 10 AAPIs in this country are born in another country. So we are overwhelmingly ourselves immigrants, or we come from immigrant households. And what we are seeing today is just a direct attack on so many of us. And knowing that we belong to a county that has proclaimed itself to be a sanctuary county that says it supports immigrants, and you always being at the forefront to say we will support our immigrants, we will not let our families be torn apart, and during COVID to say we stand in solidarity and we will fight anti-Asian hate and work in coalitions means so much. So thank you very much for this honor.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Solis. You've always been a champion. I still remember you're the first one back in 2020. You're the first one to call a press conference to bring awareness to anti-Asian hate. And we were there with you, following your lead. And then when the pandemic came in 2020, when the vaccine was available in the beginning of 2021, immediately you helped us set up, not only pop up a permanent vaccine center over in Chinatown where people can come instead of waiting long line in a Dodger Stadium. I still remember that day very well, and you were so instrumental and so inspirational. We know we have a great leader in county where we are safe here in Los Angeles, over 10 million population. For the API population, we've been around, but it's not without the collaboration and the support of the county because of the many programs that we have in place, including family for the also the age, the elders, and also the workforce. So thank you, Supervisor Solis. This is a great recognition. We will continue our work under your leadership, and may LA County be strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning again, Los Angeles. I want to join. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for really framing and putting in context why we pause and take time to recognize outstanding individuals from our respective districts in honor of Asian American and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander Month. And I, too, want to join with you, as well as give another little special recognition to our Pathway Home Outreach team and our outreach team members who've been nominated by my team, their peers in the community. First of all, with the 2nd District Public Service Award in honor of AAPI Recognition Month, I'd like to acknowledge Lucy Hahn. As co-founder of Friends of the Jungle, she's been a tireless advocate for her community, leading initiatives to address environmental and safety concerns. Her stalwart effort to help facilitate the installation of 007, the interceptor at Bayona Creek to prevent ocean pollution, securing the Hawk crosswalk light to enhance pedestrian safety, and implementing flood mitigation measures to protect local properties. Please join me in acknowledging our Public Service Awardee, Lucy Hahn. Thank you. You know, Lucy, the previous speaker talked about kind of what we're facing during these times. And for me, my focus is hyper-local, to really, not be distracted by what's going on in the world, but to do hyper-local, and you are a perfect example of why hyper-local makes a difference in our community, so I thank you. To my 30-plus year ally, the Trailblazer Award. This year we are recognizing Deborah Nakatomi. Deborah has dedicated herself to advancing social equity through strategic communications for more years than I'm sure she cares to acknowledge, so we won't. She's led initiatives like the Stop the Hate campaign and promoted the Black Eldering Bill of Rights. Deborah has also played a pivotal role in statewide health equity efforts, partnering with the California Department of Public Health to deliver critical information on COVID-19 vaccines and Alzheimer's disease to diverse communities. Please congratulate our trailblazer, Deborah Nakatomi. So we go from Trailblazer to our Young Leader Award. We're honoring Stephanie Ajifu. Did I get that right? Beautiful. Stephanie is an educator and cultural leader who's just begun an exciting new chapter as a teacher at Gardena Valley Japanese Cultural Institute's Japanese Language School, where she shares her passion for education and cross-cultural communication. In addition to her work in the classroom, Stephanie serves as the branch leader of a dynamic Okinawan Issei Taiko group that blends traditional drumming, dance, and martial arts. As a leader and performer, Stephanie is committed to preserving and promoting Okinawan culture through community outreach and performances and education. Our Young Leader honoree, Stephanie Ajifu. Now, from my perspective, food is the common denominator that bridges all cultures, right? So our Small Business Awardee this year, a Hawaiian-owned eatery in Gardena founded by Brad and Heather Liu called Auntie's Cafe. How about that? Auntie's are known for its authentic comfort food and deep commitment to community. The Liu family have partnered with the City of Gardena to donate food for various community events and supported local schools through food donations, gift certificates, and fundraising. They've collaborated with the Gardena Police Department to host Coffee with the Cop events, fostering positive relationships between law enforcement and the community. During COVID-19 pandemic, Auntie's partnered with the Gardena Police Officers Foundation to deliver over 75 meals to first responders and staff at Harbor UCLA Medical Center, demonstrating their commitment to supporting essential workers. Our Small Business Awardee, Auntie's Cafe. You're welcome. I appreciate you. I just love the name. For our Community Engagement Award, we're honoring several individuals. First, starting with Annette Kaio, president of the Kaio Foundation. Annette is dedicated to preserving and promoting Hawaiian and Pacific Islander culture in Southern California. Through the Kaio Foundation, she has organized significant cultural events, fostering community unity and cultural pride. Annette has led a ceremonial welcome at the Marina Del Rey's Burton Chase Park, bringing together Pacific Islander and Native American communities to honor shared heritage and promote environmental stewardship. Her unwavering commitment to cultural preservation and community engagement has made a profound impact, inspiring future generations to embrace and celebrate their heritage. Again, Annette Kaio. Thank you. I appreciate you. And our final two representatives, again, in our community engagement category, represent a larger group, many of whom have joined them here today. 60-plus team members from our Pathway Home operations, who most recently worked to bring over 50 people experiencing homelessness on Redondo Beach Boulevard who were formerly living in RVs indoors. First, Sina Funa, a LASA host, is a young woman from Long Beach who has worked in the homeless services for a little over 2 years. Sina was raised with the Samoan values of respect, family love, service, and community, and has been implementing those core values towards serving those in need. Give her a round of applause. I appreciate you. Anthony Velbix. Hey. Representing the HOPICS DMH multidisciplinary team, serves as a licensed vocational nurse in Southern California's Homeless Outreach Network, a Filipino-American and first-generation son of immigrant parents who came to the U.S. through family petition and the Immigration Nursing Relief Act of 1989. Anthony draws daily inspiration from both his heritage and his faith. For over 7 years, he has served with the HOPICS outreach team, caring for individuals experiencing homelessness across our region. Through his role at the Redondo Beach and San Pedro RV sites for Pathway Home operations, Anthony continues to provide hope, healing, and service to those in greatest need. I wanted to uplift the Pathway Home outreach team today, as well as the many departments that come together to make Pathway Home such a successful program. And on behalf of my team Mitchell, and every resident in the 2nd District, we want to recognize these individuals for their hard work and dedication and give a resounding thank you. Will all of the members today who are part of the Pathway Homes team please stand so you can be recognized? All of the various county departments, nonprofit organizations. Thank you for your compassionate, hard work, resilience, and your service to every Angelino across the region. And thank you all, and happy API Heritage Month. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Let's step forward. Oh, of course.
You're here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hi. Nice to see you. Thank you. Before I begin my presentation of this esteemed group, I want to acknowledge someone who is not a new employee, but who is sitting up here on the dais, and that is my mom. She's here visiting from Ohio. So thanks for joining us, Mom. Los Angeles County is home to one of the largest Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities in the entire country. And our AANHPI communities have played a significant role in shaping the county we are today, and we have already seen that in the presentations this morning. Representation is powerful, and today's honorees remind us that when our leadership reflects our communities, our systems become more just and our future more inclusive. As we reach the tail end of AANHPI Heritage Month, we're proud to recognize leaders doing incredible work in the 3rd District and throughout our county. First, I'd like to acknowledge Aquilina Soriano Versosa and the workers of the Filipinos Worker Center. Aquilina is a force. As executive director, she has spent decades organizing with and for Filipino and immigrant workers, fighting for justice, for fair wages, and for dignity on the job. She leads with heart, builds coalitions that last, and centers those most impacted in the work. I was excited to join Aquilina and her members earlier this year at the opening of the Worker Center in our beautiful Panorama City office, and it is a space that reflects their growing power and enduring commitment to the community. And I know tonight we have an organizing effort that is incredibly important to make sure we are informing our community of their rights and making sure they know they're not alone. So thank you for your partnership, and thank you for all that you do. Let's give her a round of applause. Next, I'd like to acknowledge Naomi Kageyama, who has been a tireless steward of culture and history in West LA. As chair of the Sawtelle Japantown Association, she's helped to ensure that the stories and traditions of Japanese American Angelenos are not only preserved, but celebrated. One of the many ways she brings the community together is through the annual Kodomo no Hai Children's Day celebration, a joyful event featuring crafts, games, cultural presentations like taiko and kimono shows, and the iconic koinobori, colorful carp-shaped flags that symbolize perseverance and strength. I think I said that right. Did I get it? Okay. Thanks to Naomi's leadership, Sawtelle's Japantown continues to be a vibrant, living neighborhood where past and present come together in meaningful ways, ensuring that our future celebrates this rich diversity for years to come. Thank you very much. Let's give her a round of applause. Next, I'd like to acknowledge Rajiv Menon, who brings his vision and creativity to the world of contemporary art, founding a gallery that lifts up South Asian and diasporic stories and talent. His latest exhibition, Look, reimagines the 1980s French film movement, Cinéma du Look, throughout the lens of bold, young South Asian artists, challenging what we expect from both cinema and visual art. Through his work, he's breaking down barriers, opening doors, and giving a platform to artists whose stories deserve to be seen and heard, locally and globally. Rajiv is creating space, not just a physical space, but emotional and cultural space for a broader, more inclusive future in the arts, and we thank you for your leadership. Let's give him a round of applause. And finally, I'd like to acknowledge Professor Sarah Sadwani. Sarah is someone I deeply admire. She's a professor of politics at Pomona College and a leading voice on voting rights and representation. She served on the California Citizens Redistricting Commission, and I'm proud to say she was just appointed to LA County's Measure G task force, where she'll help guide the early work of building a more accountable, inclusive, and representative county government. Sarah is doing the hard work of building a more inclusive democracy while preparing and inspiring young leaders to carry that mission forward. And I know even one of your students, I believe, applied as well. So you're inspiring people to be civically engaged, which we appreciate. Thank you for everything that you do as well. Let's give her a round of applause. Each of these honorees reflects the best of Los Angeles County. They are visionaries, organizers, preservers of history, and champions of equity and inclusion. On behalf of the entire Board of Supervisors, we're proud to honor you all today, and we are honored by your presence and your continued work for Los Angeles County, and we look forward to being right there with you in the work ahead. Thank you very much.
stand on this side. We'll put Diane. Yes, I will give you the microphone after I'm in. Have the arch. No, stand. Now, you're sure. We just want to take a photo shoot. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair. And today, I have the honor of recognizing two sisters here today.
First, Chris.
And you have quite the fan club. You have your family here. You have a Superior Court judge. You have a lot of people here in the audience that are supporting you. So there's two sisters, Diane Martinez and Annette Delgado, from the city of Paramount, for making history as the first sisters to have served as mayors of their city and as the first educators to serve in this role. Yay. Now you can clap. I've been trying to do this presentation for a while now. First, I wanted to do it in Latino Heritage Month, because I thought, two Latinas, right? Yes. That's heritage, that's history. I wanted to do it during Women's History Month, because I thought that would also be appropriate. But it wasn't my schedule, it was their schedule that prohibited us from doing it in those months. So we have them here together, and I really wanted to welcome and thank the Archbishop of Los Angeles, Jose Gomez, who is here with us today. He wanted to be part of the celebration, walked across the street so that he could also be here to honor. You know, the Bible says, give honor to whom honor is due, and that's what we're doing here today. So these two sisters, in my opinion, they're always together, right? You see Annette and you see Diane, or if you see Diane, you see Annette. They are sisters that are always together, and both of these remarkable women are lifelong residents of the city of Paramount, where they serve their community and their parish, Our Lady of the Rosary. Diane earned her bachelor's degree in liberal studies from California State University, Long Beach, and has a master's degree in education administration. She served on the Paramount City Council for 25 years, from 1994 to 2019, and during that period, she served a total of 6 times as mayor. That's fantastic. Currently, Diane serves on the Paramount Unified School Board and just completed a term as board president. And she was recently named the new vice chairwoman for the Catholic Association of Latino Leaders. Call, congratulations. And your chairperson, Mike Molina, is in the audience. And Diane helps the priests who no longer drive. She picks them up to take them to church on Sundays, and sometimes they take a different route and end up at the Del Rey in Pico Rivera for dinner, but I know it's after Mass they go. Annette graduated from California State Long Beach with a bachelor's degree in liberal studies, and her credential is in elementary education. Annette was elected to the Paramount City Council in 2022, and she just completed her term as mayor in April. And she's a great addition to the all-women city council in the city of Paramount. Annette was the first mayor to implement story time with the mayor at the county library in Paramount, where she fulfilled her legacy of providing all children with the opportunity to enjoy and explore the wonders of reading. And together, these sisters have served a combined total of 57 years of public service. And these women need to be honored for that. These two women have been friends of mine. They have been my partners in my own political journey, and I'm so grateful for your friendship, your love, your support, your encouragement. I'm proud to call both of you my friends, and I think it is unusual to have two sisters in the same family to choose to go into public service and to make history by both being mayor of the city where they live, the city of Paramount. I know that your mother is beaming from heaven at what her daughters have accomplished. You must have been raised in a home that taught you about public service, that taught you about giving back, taught you of the intersection between faith and politics. And that's why I hold you both so dear in my heart. And now I'd like to invite Annette up to say a few words.
Well, good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? Fine, yeah. Well, I'm Annette, and on behalf of my sister and I, we humbly thank Supervisor Janice Hahn and the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors for recognizing our historical achievement as the first sisters mayors for our city of Paramount. We dedicate our proclamation to our parents, Antonio and Carmen Martinez, to whom we love and dearly miss. We thank our parents as being our first role models and for their loving support through the years. Today is our day to celebrate with family and friends. Thank you all for taking your own time to join us this morning. Your love, support, and friendship speaks volumes to us. Diane and I will always remember this moment that we shared together. Thank you, friends and family.
Yes, okay. Thank you for that. I don't know why I just mentioned your mother. Yes, both of your parents are looking down, being proud. You know, I hope that, I hear that. Many times people will come up to me and say, I know your father, my father passed on. I know he's proud of you. And don't you love hearing, even if they're gone and in heaven, it's nice to know that our parents are probably proud of us. Yes. So you two also serve as such a role model for women really everywhere. I know your city council is all women. Our board of supervisors is all women. But still, there are girls that grow up and are not sure that a career in politics or education, an elected school board member is what they want to do. So you're role models. Yes. And the more girls we can get into our line of work, the better this world will be. So on behalf of the county Board of Supervisors, signed by all four of my colleagues.
Thank you.
I wanted to present to you this plaque commemorating today. It says, are they both the same? Yeah. Okay, good, because we don't want to pick favorites. It says, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Los Angeles commends you for your dedicated service to residents in the city of Paramount. You and your sister have made history as the first sisters to serve as mayors of your city and the first educators to serve in this role. With these accomplishments, you are a source of inspiration and role models for young women everywhere. Thank you for your commitment to further enhance education for the youth in our community and improve the overall quality for the residents of Los Angeles County. And it's signed by all supervisors. I should have had on here that the Archbishop joined you. He didn't say anything, but I know that he is also a good friend of yours and very proud of your work with your churches and your faith that I know drives every decision that you make. So I'm going to give this to Diane.
Yes.
All right, thank you to all my colleagues for those board presentations. We will now move on to today's agenda. Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
We will begin on page 3, public hearings, items 1 through 4. These items will be held for hearing. On page 5, administrative matters, items 5 through 8. On item 6, this includes an amendment as indicated on the supplemental agenda. Also, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be held. This item relates to 1D. On page 9, special district agenda. This is the agenda for the Los Angeles County Development Authority. Item 1D. On item 1D, this includes an amendment as indicated on the supplemental agenda. This item relates to item 6. Also on item 6 and 1D, Supervisor Horvath is recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308 because she received a contribution or contributions of more than $500 within the past 12 months from ABS Properties, who is a party participant or agent of a party or participant in the proceeding. On page 10, notices of closed session, items CS1 through CS6. Item 10A is an addition as indicated on the supplemental agenda. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Today we will begin with public comment on closed session matters. Then we will go into closed session. When we return, we'll take up public hearing items 1, 2, 3, 4. Then items 6 and 1D will be taken up together. And we will finish with public comment on items not held for discussion by the board and the general public. General public comment. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda that explains the speaking rules.
Madam Chair, we'll play the code of conduct, and then I'll read the speaking rules.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
For members of the public wishing to participate remotely, as indicated on the agenda, please call 877-692-8955 and use participant code number 4433663. Members of the public participating remotely and in the boardroom, you will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. You will receive 1 minute for one item and up to 2 minutes for 2 or more items not held by the board. You will receive 1 minute to address the board on items held by supervisors, 1 minute to address the board on each of the public hearings, and 1 minute to address the board on general public comment. Please state your name and clearly indicate the agenda item numbers you will be addressing. Please note, once your time has expired, we will immediately move to the next speaker. Please monitor your time and the items you are signing up for, as your name will not be called once your time has elapsed. For members of the public joining us remotely, when the board moves to the item you wish to address, promptly press 1, then 0 to be moved from the listening queue to the speaking queue. Remember to turn down the volume on your device as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. You will need to press 1, then 0 for each item you would like to speak on. To ensure we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the two speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance When you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so.
All right, members of the public and colleagues, before we go into closed session, we will take up public comment on closed session items. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 to comment on these items. Executive officer, please call those members of the public who've signed up to speak on the closed session item.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Lu Li Ming, Maria Diaz, Maria Torres, Rochelle Lewis, and Reed Leilani. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Joe Previn. Your line is open. If you are muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Go ahead, Eric. Mr.
Please
Previn,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, we make mistakes and we're going to get over it. I just need to recover a moment because that was a gut punch. I never get Joe. I always get Eric Previn. Anyway, this is Becerra versus the state of California. We got a whole bunch of them here. There's the probation case. This one, and that's the results from last week. This week we're going in on USA versus County of LA, Rosas versus Luna. Luna got slotted in. He didn't do anything wrong yet, although he's working on it. Rutherford, that's a classic. We all remember that. Well, these are Johnson. Oh, this is a dark day for what a beautiful celebration. And I want to thank Sarah Sagwani for her work on Measure G and also for being recognized by Horvath today, and also for co-writing an op-ed. I think this shows that the county is serious about conflict, and bringing in a student is also a great opportunity to have a little more power on the commission.
Thank you. Next speaker.
And
go ahead. Welcome.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Diaz. I'm an SEIU 2015 home care provider. We shouldn't have to live in constant stress just trying to make ends meet, especially when it starts to affect our health. I know I'm not alone. There are thousands of home care workers just like me facing the same struggle every day. I'm here today to ask the PASC and the county to come to a table and bargaining in good faith. I feel very disrespected by the lack of movement we have experienced. Our bargaining sessions have been canceled by PASC. This is why we have been asking that the representative from the county CEO's office be part of our negotiations. Second, home care is an essential program for the county. The county must invest in home cares and don't balance the budget on the backs of the county's lowest paid workforce. You have the power to change that. Do the right thing. Quality wages for quality home care.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes. Hi, my name is Maria Torres. I am an SEIU 2015 home care worker. I struggle every day to make the ends meet. I see my coworkers struggling too, and it should not be this way. I want to ask PASC and the county to come to the table to negotiate in a good faith. I feel disrespected by the lack of movement we have experienced. Our bargaining sessions have been canceled by PASC. This is why we have been asking the representative of the county CSO's office to be part of our negotiation. Second, home care is an essential program for the county. The county must invest in home care and does not place the cost of sexual abuse lawsuits on the back of the county's lowest paid workforce. You have the power to change that, and we're asking you to do it right now and do the right thing.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Leilani Reed. I'm an SEIU 2015 home care provider. No matter how hard I work, it's never enough. I'm here today with two clear asks. First, I want to ask that PASC and the county come to the table and bargain in good faith. I feel very disrespected by the lack of movement we have experienced. Our bargaining sessions have been canceled by PASC. This is why we have been asking that a representative from the county CEO's office be part of our negotiation. Second, home care is an essential program for the county. The county must invest in home care and don't place the cost of sexual abuse lawsuits on the back of the county's lowest paid workforce. We are LA County's largest low-wage workforce. You have the power to change that, and we are asking that you do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
你好，我叫黎明如，我是 ACIU 的居家照顾服务者。
Hello, my name is Li Minglu. I am an SEIU 2015 home care provider.
每天都是一场斗争，房租、食物、杂货，一切都在上涨。
Every day is a struggle. Rent, groceries, everything is going up.
我知道我并不孤单，像我一样，这个服务提供者有超过24万在这里。他们担心如何养家糊口。我们口中许多人都甚至帮这些老人提供他们的他们的消费。
Okay, I know I'm not alone. There are over 240,000 providers like me who worry about how we will provide for our families, and many of us even help cover our consumers' expenses.
够了 ，PASC 和县政府需要坐下来诚恳的谈判。我们对我们的经历，你们缺乏的行动力，我们感到非常的不被尊重。 我们的谈判会议已经被 PASC 给取消了。
Enough is enough. PASC and the county needs to come to the table and bargain in a good faith. I feel very disrespected by the lack of movement we have experienced. Our bargain sessions have been cancelled by PASC.
请尊重我们，不要将性虐待诉讼的费用转嫁到我们这些县政府最低收入的劳工的身上。
Okay? Treat us with respect and don't place the cost of sexual abuse lawsuits on the backs of the county's lowest paid workforce.
投资居家护理，你有能力做得到的。
Invest in home care. You have the power to do the right thing.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Lewis. I am a SEIU 2015 home care provider. I am here today with two clear asks. First, I'd want to ask that PASS and the county come together at the table of bargaining in good faith. I feel very disrespected by the lack of movement we have experienced. Our bargaining sessions have been canceled by PASS. This is why we have been asked that a representative from the CEO's office be part of our negotiations. Second, home care is an essential program for the county. The county must invest in home care and don't place the cost of sexual abuse lawsuits on the backs of the county's lowest paid workforce. I suggest to gain access to daily essentials, I don't have to repeat myself and struggle.
Thank you. Madam Chair, that completes. There are no other in-person speakers to address the board.
Thank you, and thank you for the people that spoke for 2015, and thank you to the audience for being here and not everyone signing up. I appreciate the fact that your speakers articulated your positions, so thank you for being here. All right, with that, that concludes our public comment on the closed session items.
Members of the public, the board will now be going into closed session. While the board is in closed session, we'll be showing video presentations. Supervisor Barger has a video presentation celebrating Asian American Pacific Islander Month and a video presentation recognizing the second annual Employee Wellness Arts and Culture Festival. And Supervisor Solis has a video presentation celebrating the 1st Supervisorial District's first annual Fairplex celebration. In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss items number CS1 through items number CS4, conferences with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. Item number CS5, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. And item number CS6, conference with labor negotiators, Vezia Davenport, and designated staff as indicated on the posted agenda.
It is my privilege to wish you a very happy Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. This month offers us the opportunity to recognize the rich history, vibrant cultures, and countless contributions the AAPI communities have made, not just here in Los Angeles County, but across our nation. From arts and innovation to public service and entrepreneurship, the AAPI community continues to shape our region in powerful and meaningful ways. I'm proud to represent a beautifully diverse district, and I remain committed to uplifting all voices, promoting equity, and standing unified against hate. Let's continue to celebrate, uplift, and support our AAPI neighbors, not just this month, but every day. Thank you, and happy AAPI Heritage Month. Hi, everyone. I'm Supervisor Catherine Barger, Chair of the Board of Supervisors. Mark your calendars for the second annual Los Angeles County Employee Wellness, Arts, and Cultural Festival. All county employees are invited to the Natural History Museum on Tuesday, June 3rd for an afternoon of respite and restoration. It will be a time of rest, connection, and fun, where you can enjoy art and wellness activities, sound baths, and creative expression. Plus unwind and learn with self-guided tours of Natural History Museum's spectacular exhibitions, halls, and nature gardens. And enjoy live music by Mariachi Lindas Mexicana and entertainment by a terrific DJ. All attendees will also receive a copy of an anthology of selected poetry and creative writing submitted by our talented county employees. It's a really special way to celebrate the creativity of our county workforce from all departments. Many thanks to the Department of Human Resources, Department of Arts and Culture, and the Natural History Museum for making this incredible event possible. I hope you'll join us for this free festival on June 3rd from 12 to 4 p.m. To all our county employees, thank you for your valuable work you do each and every day. Self-care and creative expression are worthwhile, so I hope you'll take advantage of this special, special opportunity. You deserve the chance to rest, recharge, and reinvest in yourself.
We're celebrating our annual Supervisorial First Fairplex celebration because this is the week, the opening for the LA County Fair. And we do this for our supporters, our commissioners, our CBOs, community-based groups. And every year there's fantastic food offered here, music. Today we heard from the LA Phil Yola.
We're really excited that we have the opportunity to do this. We have a program in Supervisor Solis's district, our Yola at Torres site, and we're just thrilled that we were asked to participate today.
And I just think it's like really cool playing at a fair, like something I've never done before, playing in a brass ensemble.
Today is County Day for the LA County Fair, so we have a lot of different people coming to the fair to see different programs that the county provides, different services, and we're trying to bring awareness to different programs.
And then we heard from also the Pomona DA Center, and it was the local mariachis who are performing for us free. And we had, I think, maybe 200 people here today. And they get to celebrate the fair. The fair is going to be open for 24 days. So we want to encourage people to come. We want them to come and bring their families.
thank you all for waiting. We are now back in open session. Executive Officer, please read the report of action.
The following is a report of action taken in closed session on May 27th, 2025. Items number CS1 through items number CS4, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. No reportable action was taken. Item number CS5, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. No reportable action was taken. And item number CS6, conference with labor negotiators, Fezia Davenport, and designated staff. No reportable action was taken. Thank you.
All right, we will now move on to public hearing. Executive Officer, please swear in the members of the public who are requesting to address the board on the public hearing items.
Members of the public, including in-person and remote speakers who are requesting to address the board on the public hearing items, please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn in. Please note that in the testimony you give before this board, you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You may be seated.
All right, thank you for that. We are now going to go on to item number 1, hearing on the annual solid waste generation service charge report for fiscal year 25-26. Executive Officer, please announce the next item and any presenters.
So on this item, we will be announcing the hearing on the annual solid waste generation service charge report for fiscal year 25-26 to provide for the continued collection of the existing solid waste generation service charge at the current rate. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. Representatives?
Go ahead.
No.
I don't think we need a report by staff unless my colleagues say otherwise. Do we have any members of the public that wish to comment on this item?
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers to address the board. Moderator, may we have the first caller, please?
Harriet Adelsman, your line is open. You may begin. I have to go out and come back.
Okay, thank you, Harriet. All right, seeing no colleagues have wished to speak on this item, I'm going to move by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis? Aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath? Aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn? Aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger? Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, now let's move on to the hearing on item number 2. Announce the item and the presenters. Executive Officer, please.
We are on item number 2, hearing on the levying of annual assessments in County Lighting District Landscaping and Lighting Act 1 for continued street lighting purposes for fiscal year 25-26 at the same rate as fiscal year 24-25 for all 14 zones, which include the unincorporated areas and 13 cities. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item.
And we don't need any presentation on this either. Thank you, Mr. Do we have any public comment?
Madam Chair, no in-person speakers have signed up to address the board. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Madam Chair, there are no remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
All right, then I will move, seconded by Supervisor Solis, to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, item number 3, hearing on ordinance granting a water pipeline franchise to Delano Del Rio Water Company. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Chair, there are no in-person speakers to address the board. Moderator, may we have the first caller, please?
Madam Chair, there are no remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
All right, then this will be a motion by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, we are moving on to item number 4, getting close to item number 6, which I think a lot of you are here on. Item number 4 is hearing on appeal of project number R2014-00461, parentheses 3, for construction of a single-family resident in the Santa Monica Mountains planning area. Do we have any, Supervisor Horvath, do you have any comments? Okay, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to Director Bodek and her team for your work on this project. I know that you're here. I know you have a presentation that I think we can abbreviate. I know that we've dug into that, and our staff has been working with yours to fully understand all of the application aspects. As the Santa Monica Mountain communities know well, there was deep and good faith community engagement to update the local coastal plan with a set of new regulations that are responsive to current on-the-ground conditions and to incorporate strong environmental protections. Our Santa Monica Mountains are unique. They have a sensitive habitat and great biological diversity, playing a significant role in our whole region's ecosystem. And I know that plan has to take into account all of those aspects as we're thinking about how it applies to the region. Though the appellant has made revisions since the original project submittal and the 2018 Regional Planning Commission hearing, the Regional Planning Commission and Regional Planning staff have been very clear that the project continues to not be in conformance with the Santa Monica Mountains Local Coastal Program. The project represents significant impacts to H1 habitat and the motor court. Retaining wall and seepage pits are all proposed to be in that H1 habitat. However, the main suggested alternative location for the house on the property may present significant visual impacts, but the analysis is not yet there to demonstrate that. So I do have a couple of questions. First, how do the local coastal programs policies weigh habitat impacts compared to visual impacts?
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath. My name is Nathan Merrick, and I'm a principal planner with the LA County Department of Regional Planning. To answer your question, there are a couple of land use policies within the local coastal program that indicate that the protection of H1 and H2 habitat shall take priority over other development standards. And therefore, in an instance like this, when we do have conflicts, the habitat protection protocols would take precedent over other protocols, including those related to visual resources.
Yeah, I think that clarity is essential. If the applicant were to consider any sort of changes, we need to be very clear with them what our intentions are. So that's helpful direction. What relief might be provided to the applicant via an LCP amendment, and what consequences do today's actions provide on the applicant's ability to pursue an LCP amendment in the future?
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath. With respect to your questions there, if an LCP amendment were to be applied for, in essence, what would happen is the habitat mapping associated with the land use, the local coastal program, the land use plan, would potentially be remapped through that LCP amendment process. And if that remapping removed H1 habitat, determined that it was another type of habitat, whether it be H2 or H3, then there would be potential for development in those areas where otherwise there would not be. If the project were to be denied today, there would be a 1-year bar on future applications, so they would need to wait, the applicants would need to wait for 1 year through the denial in order to reapply.
Well, based on your answer, what I hear is that there is opportunity for a project to be realized here that addresses the concerns that have been raised, and I believe that the appellant has the opportunity to listen to Regional Planning's Council to craft a project that fits within the authorizations of the LCP or pursued an LCP amendment. There might be a strong chance that this project could be approved could have been approved in 2018 and most likely built by now. There are a few instances where the appellant failed to follow by the book procedures that were laid out by the regional planning staff and in county code that could have led to that feasible project. But after discussions over the last month, I understand that the applicant has agreed to take a look at some modifications to the project to address some of the concerns that remain outstanding related to the project. So given that, I would like to read in the following motion. The project before us today is 6,442 square feet of buildings and associated development on a 9,715 square foot building site on a property located at 3300 Cane and Doom Road in the Santa Monica Mountains planning area. The project includes a 4,412 square foot, 18-foot tall, 2-story single-family residence
and a 2,030 square foot, 18-foot tall, two-story detached auxiliary building with a guest house and a 907 square foot, four-car garage. The Regional Planning Commission denied the project due to many valid concerns, including those related to guest houses, alternative location analyses, impacts to H1 habitat, development footprints, scenic route impacts, and overall compliance with the Santa Monica Mountains Local Coastal Program. Additionally, the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy recently raised valid concerns related to the development footprint, the driveway length, and native tree impacts. Although the county needs more housing, the project is currently too large, has excess features like a four-car garage that is not required and a long driveway length that increase impacts to H1 habitat and raise other concerns. Therefore, it must be redesigned to address the reasons why the commission denied it and the concerns recently raised by the SMMC. Therefore, I would like to direct the applicant to redesign the project and refer it back to the commission. I therefore move that the Board of Supervisors close the public hearing and refer project number R2014-00461-3, Major Coastal Development Permit number 2015000099 and variance number 201500100 back to the Commission for further consideration pursuant to County Code Chapter 22.44 and the California Environmental Quality Act. I further move that the board direct the applicant to redesign the project as follows. 1, remove the proposed motor court and its retaining walls from the H1 habitat areas to eliminate prohibited H1 habitat impacts. If impacts to the H1 habitat still remain, apply for an LCP amendment. 2, modify the fuel modification plans to avoid fuel modification in H1 habitat as directed by Department of Regional Planning staff. 3, remove the auxiliary structure, eliminating the need for a transfer of development credit for the guest house. 4, if a garage is desired, although it is not required, attach the garage to the single-family residence with a maximum size of 400 square feet, which can accommodate 2 cars while avoiding sensitive biological and scenic resources. 5, reduce the project's overall building site area to minimize impacts to sensitive biological and scenic routes. 6, provide design alternatives as directed by staff, including but not limited to alternative building orientation and building materials to ensure the project is subordinate to and complements the resources of the Santa Monica Mountains Coastal Zone. 7, comply with all comments received during future county consultation procedures, including but not limited to comments received from the Department of Public Works, the Department of Public Health, the Fire Department, and the Department of Regional Planning. And 8, evaluate the alternative building site location in the northwest corner of the property, which is described in the Commission's findings as directed by staff. The evaluation shall include, but not be limited to, fuel modification plans, architectural plans depicting a development stepped down the hillside, preliminary civil grading plans, and biological materials. Staff shall recommend the alternative building site location unless they determine that it cannot be developed in compliance with the LCP. Those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any comment from the public? Go ahead and, I think we allow the appellant 2 minutes, correct? Executive Officer?
Yes, that is 2 minutes.
All right. Don Schmitz, you have 2 minutes.
Afternoon, Supervisors. I thought I was getting
Pull the mic up.
Oh, I thought I was going to get a little bit more time, but I think that Supervisor Horvath just made a motion to close the public hearing. I will keep my my comments very brief. We will certainly work to try and come up with a design that is consistent. We've been trying for 10 years, but I would ask you to look at the handout that I gave you. There's just one aspect of the motion that is problematic for us. I believe it's page 9. And there is, thank you, Chair Barger. There's literally no place on this property for us to locate a house where there will be no fuel modification in the H1 Oak Woodlands. We can't do it. We've looked everywhere, which is why we are skittering along the edge of not being allowed to use the property at all. We worked repeatedly with the Forestry Division, with the Fire Department, and the Department of Regional Planning staff. We also brought down Professor Dykes, who advises CAL FIRE out of Cal Poly, who testified to the Environmental Review Board that the selective thinning of brush underneath the oak woodlands would in fact enhance the biological integrity of those oak woodlands. We are not proposing any fuel modification, landscaping, or irrigation within any H1 areas. I agree with the testimony of staff that the biological considerations trump the visual implications of putting the alternative building site up there on Canyon Dune Road. There's no question, that's the way the LCP is written. However, again, if you look at exhibit number 9, there will be fuel modification in H1 oak woodland on the other side of that knoll. And of course, that design will be entirely visible from stem to stern from Canyon Dune Road. And we have, in fact, already done engineered plans for it. I'm happy to put together some architectural renderings to demonstrate that to the county's satisfaction. So I've already conferred with my clients. I also want to thank your staff, Supervisor Horvath, for working with us in the Department of Regional Planning staff to try and come up with an administrative resolution to this. And we're still committed. I've worked on this for 10 years. I've been a consultant for 30 years since I left the Coastal Commission. This one house is the only time that I've ever been looking at there is just no solution whatsoever. I'd like to get us there. So I listened carefully. I did speak with your deputy in regards to trying to revise the Hammerhead turnaround. The fire department controls that in regards to the requisite grades consistent with the Uniform Fire Code, and we did redesign it a number of times. We will reduce the size of the garage. We will shrink further down the footprint. We've already shrunk down the size of the house repeatedly and reduced it down to 18 feet. So we sure would like to find a solution to this. So if we can remand this back to the Department of Regional Planning staff, the only thing I would ask for clarification that has been the sticking point is no fuel modification in the oak woodlands and the H1 habitat, because that is just mathematically impossible on this property. So with that, you will find us being as cooperative and responsive as humanly possible. Thank you, Chair Barger.
All right, now we'll call members of the public, and I apologize when I said 2 minutes. I was informed I was given wrong information. Sorry. All right, can we call the members of the public who've signed up to speak on this item?
Madam Chair, no in-person speakers have signed up for this item. Moderator, may we have the first caller, please?
Tiffany Perry, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. My name is Tiffany Perry of Gaines and Stacy, and our law firm represents the owners of the undeveloped adjacent lot, parcel 27. One of the reasons cited by staff in recommending denial appears to be that the subject property is accessed by an easement over the existing access road on parcel 28, which exceeds 300 feet in length. Our clients are deeply concerned by this aspect of the county's position because their lot is also accessible only by way of this same existing driveway. Without use of this easement, their parcel would be landlocked. We have raised this issue with staff on multiple occasions, including during prior hearings, yet to our knowledge it has never been explicitly addressed by staff. Should the county deny the use of this easement, it would render parcel 27 devoid of all economically viable use, constituting a taking, a regulatory taking, and entitling our clients to significant compensation. We respectfully request that the board reject the staff's position regarding the variance for use of the easement over parcel 28 and approve the applicant's appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Moderator, next caller, please.
Next speaker, please. Stanley Lamport.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. My name is Stanley Lamport. I'm counsel for the case. With the qualifications that Mr. Schmitz just presented, obviously I support the recommendation. This is a property that if we do not find a resolution, you're in a situation where essentially you've got to take and there's no way to develop the property or make any economically productive use of it. The Coastal Act basically states that in granting or denying a permit, you can't do so in a manner that would deny somebody economically viable use without compensating the property owner, and this offers an opportunity to resolve this without having to force that position between the county and our client. So I'm supportive of the recommendation as qualified by Mr. Schmitz, and would ask the board to
Thank you.
adopt Supervisor Horvath's
Thank
motion.
you. Next speaker.
Donna Paris.
Paris, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead. Ms.
Yes, thank you. I have been following this project for a few years now, and each time I get more and more surprised of how ingenuous the county is in describing the project and the efforts these applicants have taken for what looks like 10 plus years. There is an existing emphasis on existing 1,500-foot access road that leads to this property. County staff portrays the access road as something that is brand new, when in fact it's existed since the late 60s. Of course, the Planning Commission and now the board will look at the singular issue amongst others and take a prejudicial view of the project. It is DRP's responsibility to represent projects with the utmost factual information. More so, as a resident of these mountains, I like to point out that the county's suggested alternative building site along Canaan.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Scott Lowe, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Honorable Supervisors, I'm calling in today in support of the appeal to allow the project to move forward. As a planning professional with pattern planning and development, I believe this proposal reflects a careful and responsible approach to development in the Santa Monica Mountains. The project is within the 10,000 square foot building site area allowed under the LCP and County Code and preserves open space on a 36-acre lot. It minimizes grading, protects view sheds and hillside resources, and avoids impacts to scenic corridors and natural areas. But denying this appeal would set an unreasonably high bar for development, even for projects that fully comply with county standards and embody the goals of the LCP and general plan. So for these reasons, I urge you to allow this project to move forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Charles Santos, your line is open. You may begin.
Mr. Santos?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, this is Charles Santos from Santos Planning. I'm also a planning consultant in LA County in the Malibu area. And looking at the project and what the owners have gone through for the last 10 years, I think it's only fair that an applicant who satisfies the LCP standards, has a project that's within the 10,000 square foot disturbed area limit, has approvals from all departments, including fire department, should be allowed to proceed into the building phase and allow these owners to use their property. I'm in support of this project. I'm in support of the appeal of this appeal to allow the project to move forward. And it would only be fair to private property owners to allow the use of their property. I support this project 100%.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Supervisor Horvath?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to direct our staff. I appreciate the willingness demonstrated by the applicant here today to work with us, and so I would ask that you work with them to find resolution. We don't want to create the challenges that they are concerned might prohibit them from being able to use their property, but instead find a workable solution. So I would ask that you do that. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have, is it an amended motion or a substitute motion?
It's a refer back.
I thought what's the motion that we're voting on?
If I can clarify, Chair.
Yes.
Supervisor Horvath presented a superseding motion, so that's the motion before you. It needs a second and a vote.
Correct. So what are we voting on today that's going to be moved by Supervisor Horvath?
Correct. Her read-in motion, yes.
Okay, Executive Officer. It's moved by Supervisor Horvath. I'll second it.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you very much. Now we will move on to item number 6.
Madam Chair, I think we're going to move forward with item number 7 and 8 first before we go with 6 and 1.
And the reason being what? No, excuse me. The reason being what?
We have.
Oh, it's a quick.
It's a quick one, correct. We want to.
Why does it have to go before 6?
Because I'm the chair. I'm kidding. Because it's just a read-in. It's a read-in motion really quickly, and I may have to leave at 5 o'clock, and I want to make sure I get it read in. And I'm going to kind of cut to the chase. In the unincorporated area of the Palisades that was impacted, as well as Altadena, we've continued to have issues surrounding permit costs. And I know that some of the permits will be covered under insurance, but as we've all heard, insurance is absolutely out of control and is not necessarily honoring the requirements. And so I have a motion that I'm asking to be voted on today that's being handed out, I believe. Is it being handed out by my staff? Because we're going to hand it out to everybody. And I'm going to let you all read it, but I therefore move that the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors direct the CEO, in coordination with County Council, the California Department of Insurance, and the Department of Regional Planning, Public Works, Fire, Public Health, to incorporate the following provisions in the report back to the board on the aforementioned May 6, 2025 board motion. A plan to defer all fees for county permitting departments involved in the permitting process for the like-for-like rebuilds of properties in the unincorporated areas that were destroyed by the January 2025 fires. 2, programmatic framework for authorization for county permitting departments to receive direct assignment of insurance proceeds for policies that specifically allocate line items for permitting and inspection fees to ensure available cost recovery. The framework should reflect a similar model that was utilized by LA County under the United States Army Corps' private property debris removal program to receive reimbursement for insurance policy coverages with line items specifically allocated for debris removal, as well as the analysis of the most common types of coverages for homeowners insurance policies. And 3, identify revenues that can be immediately utilized to begin the deferral process, and a long-term funding plan to waive the cumulative fees for all eligible property owners. And I would ask that the board consider this today. And again, it's not waiving, it is deferring pending, similar to what we did with the Army Corps of Engineers.
This is just a report back, right?
Yeah. Yes. So that would be my request by the board, and I will move it. Supervisor Horvath, Supervisor Horvath will second. Executive Officer.
So,
yeah, we can vote on it today, correct, County Council? It's a report back. Related to the motion that I did, yeah. Yes, and it's now adding deferral and then using the same program that the Army Corps does, and that is that if we do a deferral of permit fees, that in fact we can go and collect it from the insurance company and sweep that money. So that's what it is. Go ahead.
And Madam Chair, we'll have public comment for items 7 and 8 going at the same time first before we vote.
All right.
So for those members of the public who are on the phone, please dial 1 and 0 to speak on items 7 and 8. Please dial 1 and 0. And for those who are in person, please come down if you have signed up for items 7 and 8.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Amelia Jones, Dina Burke, and Wendy Hammond. Moderator, may we have the first remote caller, please?
Madam Chair, there are no remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Go ahead. You have the floor.
Supervisor Barger and members of the board, in the wake of the Eaton Canyon fire, our community is navigating not only the emotional trauma of loss, but the overwhelming costs of recovery. I'm here today to urge you to waive the permit fees for the fire victims. These fees, while routine under normal circumstances, can present a real financial barrier for families trying to rebuild. They are not covered by insurance. There is no line items for us to recover. Every dollar we pay to the county for these permits is a dollar we don't have to rebuild. Waiving them will not compromise safety or the necessary inspections. Code enforcement will remain intact. Instead, it will provide critical relief and accelerate the recovery process. By waiving these fees, the county sends a powerful message that we stand with our residents in crisis, regardless of zip code, and our commitment extends beyond rebuilding structures. We are rebuilding lives. I urge you to make this a priority. The uncertainty is taking a real toll. Most of us are already fighting insurance battles, navigating personal property coverage gaps, and
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Wendy Hammond, resident of Altadena.
Can you pull down the mic so we can hear you? I'm sorry. Yeah, there you go.
Better?
Yeah.
Got it? I'm Wendy Hammond, resident of Altadena. Thank you all for this forum. The city is investing in the Palisades by waiving rebuilding fees, but the county has not treated Altadena the same. This is an issue of inequity with the Palisades. It is a second key difference in how the two sets of disaster victims have been treated. I understand that the fees pay for staff and that money will need to come from elsewhere in the county budget. The county is suing Edison and can claim these fees as damages. The county is better able to float the fees through the Edison payout than each individual homeowner is. The Palisades does not have a case with substantial evidence like we do. Many homeowners in Altadena were underinsured or uninsured, adding between $25,000 to $100,000 in upfront costs might mean the difference between rebuilding or not. Insurance does not specifically cover these fees for many of us. It has to come out of dwelling. This is an opportunity to relieve these victims to win-win faster.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, esteemed ladies of the board. My name is Amelia Jones. I am a California resident, young invincible, proud graduate of Long Beach Polytechnic and the Hampton University. I come this afternoon echoing the sentiments of Supervisor Mitchell in her remarks of being hyper-local. I come to offer a plea for the board to consider increased responsiveness in firestorm eviction and rent moratoria, as well as rental assistance and development programs available to residents of this county. I come to you telling you that we do know what the American dream is, but what are we showing people the California dream is? We are more than just a city for people looking for cheap Airbnbs. We demonstrate our unity and strength with our legislation and community discussions that continue to engage and usher in some of the most groundbreaking socially conscious initiatives.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other in-person speakers to address the board.
Thank you for the three that testified. And actually, if you want to submit in writing, if you were cut off, we'd be happy to take it for the record, all right? All right, so with that, I'll move it. Supervisor Horvath seconds for the report back. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
So we'll be voting on item 7 first.
Do it.
Item 7, Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0. We're now voting on item 8 with the refer back. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And now to item 6, I want to thank the people. What?
Separately?
Excuse me, what?
No. It's a report back. Okay.
You know, you're fine. So now we are going to go on to item number 6. All right. Let's go. Executive Office.
We're on item 6, which relates to item 1D, authorize joint applications to and participation in the Homekey Plus program. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on these items.
All right. I'm going to call on Supervisor Hahn, but again, and thank you all here as well on this panel for waiting. I know it's been all day. Supervisor Hahn.
Yes, and thank you, and to everyone who's been waiting all day for this item. Madam Chair and colleagues, the item before us today is to approve our application for 6 sites through the state's Homekey program. Homekey project, just for people who might be unaware, is a state-funded program created by Governor Newsom to provide funding to local jurisdictions to purchase and rehabilitate hotels to be used as housing for people experiencing homelessness. As a supervisor, I don't know about you all, but I get asked all the time, what am I doing to address our homelessness crisis in LA County? And one of the things I point to is our Homekey projects. Homekey works, and we're already able to make progress across our county. In San Pedro, we turned the rundown old Best Western on Gaffey Street into the Luis Dominguez Veterans Center, and currently are housing about 100 veterans. In unincorporated West Whittier, 97 people will have comfortable, safe apartments in what used to be a drug-infested Motel 6. This is in addition to 4 other sites in my district located in Norwalk, Whittier, and Long Beach that will be opening this year. That's about 500 units in my district. And now in this current round of Homekey, we're applying for funding for 6 projects across our county, one of which is the Extended Stay America located in the city of Torrance. And the reason I held this item was because I know I've been hearing concerns from the residents of Torrance, members of their city council, so I wanted to make sure that they had an opportunity to be heard today. I first want to acknowledge the city of Torrance for what they've already done so far. 3 years ago, we joined together and created a tiny home village called 3290, which is in the heart of the city's Civic Center. This is a 40-bed shelter serving the unhoused in Torrance and providing them the services they need. And according to Harbor Interface Services, who manages that village, the average length of stay for the residents of the village is 321 days. And the reason they're staying so long is because the next step for them is to move into an apartment of their own. But we have had a lack of apartments that they can move into. And this kind of bottleneck is probably one of the biggest reasons homelessness in our communities feels like it never ends. That is why this Homekey project, to me, makes sense. It's the next logical step for people in interim housing to be in stable housing. And according to preliminary 2025 homeless count data from LAHSA, the city of Torrance has about 355 people experiencing homelessness. And without permanent housing, shelters get full, streets stay crowded with tents, and this crisis drags on. And with permanent housing, people stabilizing. And I have a few questions about Homekey and this site in particular, but Madam Chair, I would like to hear from the public who've been waiting here all day, because maybe some of their concerns that they raise, we might be able to answer with our panel here today. And by the way, we have Ben Rosa, who's the VP of Weingart Center. We have Kevin Murray, who's the CEO of the Weingart Center. We have Dana Pratt, who's the manager at our homeless initiative here in the county. And we have Emilio Salas, director of our LA County Development Authority. And I'm pretty sure they'll be able to answer any questions we pose to them about Project Homekeys. But if you don't mind, I'd like to hear from the public.
I don't mind, but Supervisor Solis wants to speak, and then I will call up members of the public who have waited very patiently. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Chair, for allowing me to speak. And Supervisor Hahn, thank you for holding this item, because I know as well that these are very important Homekey projects that have been able to help provide and uplift over 300 individuals in my own district alone. And I'm happy to see Kevin Murray here because he's operated 2 of those in Baldwin Park. And I'm sure you'll speak later about that. But we have already the first 3 rounds of Homekey. The first district had welcomed 6 projects, including the unincorporated areas of Hacienda Heights, Baldwin Park, a city, and 2 in the city, and the city of Los Angeles. In total, this is nearly 300 units of permanent supportive housing and 100 units of interim housing in the first district. So we are taking a big leap here. But what is most important to me is that we talk a lot about transitional age youth and helping our young people. They transition out of our services, and then many of them end up homeless or, unfortunately, in other activities that may not be good for them. And we know that this is a priority. So one of the things I wanted to just share with you is the city of El Monte in my district purchased 2 hotels through the first round of Homekey, And with that, we're able to include 40 rooms for transitional age youth and 93 rooms for single adults. And it takes courage to do that, because not every city, I understand, and even in incorporated areas, fully understand what the potential is of having these projects in their district. But the beauty of it for us, I see, is that there are wraparound services, and that's why the providers are here. And that's an essential tool, and to also have security to also be provided at these Homekey sites. And that's essential, because many people think that people are just parachuted in, they're left there to wander, and no one cares about them. Absolutely not the case. Many people receive vital county services, they get back on their feet, they also get job training, and many of them do end up leaving or reuniting with their families. So I just wanted to give a big shout out to the state, to the county for doing this, and for our team, our panel, and also to the governor for having the foresight to allow us to apply for these fundings. So I can't see anything but positive things that have come out for my district. And I know that the need is very great, so we need to do more. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Executive Officer, would you please call those members of the public that wish to testify on this item?
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Amelia Jones, Amy Wong, Andy Porkchop, Aram Shaparian, Assam Sheikh, Christina Arneson Cabrera, Kurt Reeder, Cynthia Chen, Debbie Hayes, Dennis Feitosa, Dennis Piotrowski, Dylan Wakayama, and Edward Apodaca, George Chen, and Helen Itabashi. Moderator, may we have the first remote caller, please?
John Pata, your line is open. You may begin.
I'm here to oppose the corrupt plan to convert this hotel into a homeless facility. Let's call this what it is. It's a scam. You know, Blackstone bought this property for under $10 million in 2021, and now they want to flip it for $55 million to the state. Okay, this is not about homeless. It's a cash grab. Homelessness has become a $1 billion racket for developers and insiders. This is a fraud, blatant, shameless fraud. This isn't just irresponsible, it's dangerous. You're putting women, children, and elderly at risk for profit. This is not a rundown location. It's a very nice location close to children's school and parks and elderly homes. We were never asked. We were never informed. You tried to sneak in this plan, and now we will fight. We will protest. We will track every corrupt dollar, and we will shut down this project. This is our city, not a dumping ground for shameless profit. We will not back down, not now, not never.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Andrea Riley, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. I'm aware we must develop permanent housing for the homeless. However, we need to have a structured plan how to integrate with existing businesses and residential housing. There should be an integrated plan addressing the many local programs, state bills, funding, and propositions that have been addressing homelessness, both current and past, including affordability. I am concerned that without a structured system plan, the current process of random properties identified by property owners for funds can be the impetus for city degradation, such as what's occurring at Santa Monica 3rd Street Promenade and in the San Francisco Business District. There needs to be an integrated plan assessing impact and success potential prior to approving a Homekey Plus location. I'm also concerned there's no requirement for the potential resident safety at this site. But due to lack of a system integrated plan, I request you remove the proposed site at Torrance Boulevard, Torrance for the conversion for homeless apartments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Isabel Schwartz, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. I am a Torrance resident in favor of this project. Much of the discourse surrounding this project has falsely equated people experiencing homelessness with criminals. I feel that I must remind my neighbors that many of those who grew up and reside in our city are at risk of losing their housing, specifically seniors, veterans, and people with children. Torrance's tiny home program has proved to be a success. Its main issues are that there is a long wait list due to the limited number of homes and that long-term housing is primarily provided outside the city. Torrance does own properties that provide affordable housing with a years-long wait list. Our neighbors who cannot afford the rising cost of living are essentially being told that they are no longer welcome here. I hope that the county hears the good faith questions that Torrentians are asking, using stakeholders' input to guide their decisions and providing answers. The city and county need to be providing more affordable quality housing in, not outside of, our city's neighborhoods. I feel that this is a step in the right direction. Thank you, Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Adam Schwartz, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, I'm Adam Schwartz, a fourth-generation resident and stakeholder in downtown Torrance, walking distance from the proposed project. I must apologize for my city. The barely concealed disdain that some of my neighbors have for those less fortunate absolutely must stop. The Torrance that I'm proud of has dedicated resources to a very successful tiny home shelter program, as well as building a highly effective team to deliver services to our unhoused population. However, we are experiencing a bottleneck, like we just heard from Supervisor Hahn. I'm not qualified to speak on whether or not this proposed site is perfect for supportive housing, but I do know that an effective site would be one with access to commercial centers so that residents have the opportunity to make an honest living, as well as access to transit and schools for families. As far as I can tell, this site fits those credentials. That said, it is the duty of the board to make sure that this site remains well invested in. If you do this right, this could be a place of hope where people put their lives back together.
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, thank you. Although this project is not in my area, I just find it ironic that you're taking $5.2 million from mental health and behavioral health fund, which they are in dire need. They have a host of their own problems, and that's something I just found a little bit difficult in doing that. And it is a pittance compared to the amount of funds totally on these projects and what would be needed for the transient campsites, which I've been championing for months. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Harriet Adelsman, your line is open. You may begin.
I'm Jean Adelsman. Thank you to Supervisor Hahn and the Weingart Foundation for stepping up to deal with the homeless issue. I support the site suggested for Torrance. However, I'm disappointed with both the county and the city of Torrance where I live. And my computer just went down. In a hastily called council meeting, I learned that the county caught the city by surprise with this agenda item. City staff said there are problems with the location, but never explained what they are. I see no problems. City staff and council complained about a lack of transparency from the county. While I don't see issues, I do understand that what should have been a slam dunk may fail because of a lack of openness. Still, let me emphasize, I support this proposal. I hope you approve it and send the request to the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Christopher Truman, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi there. I just wanted to echo some of the points made by Adam and Isabella before. I am a Torrance resident, and I live about 3 blocks away from the proposed location. I've got a 1-year-old son and a family developing here, and I am highly in favor of the project. While I know that there's people that have concerns about the timing and potentially the location, I think that's the exact reason that we need to do things like this. It's far too late. We already have a dearth of housing, and the services are needed by these people that need them immediately. And just because it is near Torrance City Hall, it is near Delamo, it provides economic opportunities, transit opportunities, and library and civic services that are probably needed more by those that are going through an unhoused transition than anybody else. So just wanted to say that I'm very glad that you're tackling this problem, and I look forward to seeing more developments like this in Torrance.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Anna Lee, your line is open. You may begin.
Once upon a time, this is a cautionary tale. In LA, there's a building that was meant to serve as permanent supportive housing for formerly homeless people. In a lawsuit filed against current and former owners and property managers of facilities, tenants say that the building has fallen into disrepair and lacked security for months at a time. Complaints about a lack of hot water, power outages, roast infestations, and mold contamination have gone unanswered according to the tenants. Development of this multi-million-dollar building was completed in 2020. This is a cautionary tale. Please, if there's not continued reassessment of housing conditions, this will only end up in front headline news. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
James Kolecki, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is James Kolecki. I'm a 35-year resident of Torrance, and I adamantly oppose the proposed agenda item 6 for the Torrance Boulevard Homekey project. As although we appreciate the need to address the homeless situation, I oppose this resolution since it has not been open to public debate to the local residents, and I propose to amend the proposal to remove the Torrance Boulevard location. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Good afternoon again, esteemed women of the board. I am speaking in affirmation of this project, and I'd also like to cite for you a January 9th ProPublica article by Heather Vogel that noted that the Department of Justice had filed a suit against 6 of the nation's largest landlords in an effort to stop price fixing in rental markets. This investigation found that RealPage was helping landlords set rents across the country in a way that legal experts said could result in cartel-like behavior. This price-sharing info and algorithm was used to increase the cost of rent in lower markets by as much as $70 a month, and in higher markets, $100+ a month. In real dollars and cents, this is a utility bill and school uniforms. I ask for increased oversight in the leasing and rental market here in Los Angeles County and continue to work with Mayor Beck.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Wang. I'm a resident nearby the Torrance City. I oppose the plan to turn the extended stay American Hotel on Torrance Boulevard into homeless housing. I care about the helping the homeless, but this location is not suitable. The reason is first, it's too close to the Mandarin Middle School, which less than 10 minutes walk away. Children's safety is our top concern. Second, it's in a crowded residential area near busy Delamo Fashion Center. The third is residents and the city of Torrance were not properly informed. 4, the area needs a full review.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, chair, members of the board. My name is Christina Arneson Cabrera. I am a Torrance resident strongly opposing the hotel conversion plan. This site is surrounded by schools, parks, after-school programs, residential homes, and a major shopping center. Placing permanent supportive housing here threatens public safety, congestion, and the family-friendly character of our city. Torrance is a destination known for its beaches and retail. With the 2nd largest mall in the state, this project risks hurting our city's revenue, tourism, hotel bookings, and our city's reputation. We already have a 40-unit homeless shelter nearby. Adding another shelter so close would saturate the area and cause undue strain on our police, fire, and emergency services, which are already stretched thin. It should be noted that Los Angeles County has already spent over $550 million on Project Homekey. More than 70% of your units still remain vacant. This indicates significant underutilization of current resources and questions the efficacy of expanding the program without addressing existing issues you already have. It's fiscally irresponsible.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Adam Japarian, Torrance City Manager. We propose the following collaboration approach moving forward. First, joint site selection process. Establish a working group including city council representatives, county staff, and community stakeholders. Evaluate multiple sites using agreed upon criteria. Consider sites that complement rather than concentrate existing services. Enhance service integration. Our experience shows challenges with high employee turnover rate in this industry. We need a comprehensive plan for addressing the systematic issues. Coordinate the existing harbor interface service operation in our tiny home village. Despite our concerns about the specific proposal, the City of Torrance remains committed partners in addressing homelessness. We have demonstrated our commitment through our tiny home village. We support the goals of the Homekey Plus program in providing permanent supportive housing, and we request genuine collaboration to find solutions that work for both local community and the broader region. We ask the county to pause the specific Torrance location and remove from pending Homekey application. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Assam Sheikh. I'm a council member for the district that this project is being presented. I really sincerely appreciate the cooperation, the understanding between the LA County, especially Supervisor Janice Hahn, for partnership with the City of Torrance. The 3290 project, the 3290 temporary housing village, is a success. The reason it is a successful project because of the collaboration, the community involvement, and their feedback to this project. However, to the contrary, the collaboration that we had in 3290, in this time, there's no collaboration. There is no feedback from community, from stakeholders, which is very critical. If you want this project to be successful, please give opportunity to the stakeholders, the community, the city leaders to work with you. There has to be willingness. If there's no willingness, the money cannot make this program successful. Please table this. Please bring this back.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Dennis Feitosa, and I oppose the Homekey Housing Initiative. Our state and county have spent hundreds of millions on motel conversions and housing contracts, but look at what's happened so far. Step Up, Shangri-La Industries got $114 million in state funds. Now several properties sit empty and unfinished, and the Attorney General is suing them for fraud. That's not housing the homeless, that's a grift. And let's talk about what's actually causing the homeless crisis for a second. Democrats say it's a housing crisis, but they're misleading the public. I've been volunteering for over a week in Skid Row, for over a year, every week in Skid Row. I talk to people. What we have is a mental health crisis and a drug crisis. The narrative about housing shortage is just cover used by Democrat Party bosses to funnel tax dollars to their developer friends and political allies. Where's the accountability? Where are the audits? How many more failed projects before someone tells the truth? You're failing Angelenos and our most vulnerable. Our people need better leadership. Thank you, Board.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Please lift your hands if you're in support.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Your Honorable Body. My name is Debbie Hayes, and I work for Discover Torrance, our city's Visitors Bureau. There's been an active worldwide campaign to bring athletes, families, and fans to our city for the upcoming World Cup, Super Bowl, and Olympics. Torrance is the ideal location to call home for these events. If the Homekey project were to open in Torrance, right next to a number of our hotels, directly across the street from Del Amo Fashion Center, in the hub of our key revenue-generating tourist-attracting districts, concerns for safety would arise. Torrance has the potential to become an undesirable destination and revenue could fall. Our city has been a leader in proactively addressing homelessness and has an exemplary outreach program in place. This isn't a not in my backyard cry, but rather a request for consideration of evaluation of an alternate location. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Cynthia Chen, a resident of Torrance about 25 years. I'm here to express strong concern about the proposal because I believe the location is the wrong place for such a project. When my husband and I remodeled the house, I stayed in that hotel for a week. I know the surroundings very well. I saw school kids passing by, elders from the next door senior communities walked their dogs in the morning and the late afternoons. We all know that a significant percentage of homeless population struggle with mental health issues, substance addictions, and behavioral challenges. How will you ensure proper management of these concerns and protect the safety of the surrounding communities. There's more troubling is that Torrance community wasn't informed in advance. I believe that residents of Torrance has no chance to give input, and that's not how responsible planning should work.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. George Chin, Mayor, City of Torrance. Since 2021, the elected officials and residents of Torrance have taken leadership in directly addressing homelessness by creating a street outreach program and 4 budgeted coordinators and a 40-unit interim housing site known as 3298. I want to begin by expressing Torrance's sincere appreciation for the county's partnership and support of our programs. This collaboration demonstrates that we can accomplish together much when we balance housing needs with thoughtful community integration. In fact, since we started tracking our programs in July 2022 through 2 programs, we have permanently housed 84 individuals, outreach over 1,100 individuals, and clear 52 encampments. Our programs have been overwhelmingly embraced by the community because they are the appropriate scale for our city and address the needs of all segments of our community. We request that you work with us as a willing partner for the City of Torrance to explore alternatives and deny and delay this.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Helene Tabashi. Good afternoon. My name is Helene Tabashi. I'm a resident of Torrance for over 40 years. I want to, first of all, honor Janice Hahn for all the work she's done in our community that I've seen, including the Palos Verdes problem. I want to say that I oppose the Homekey project in Torrance. I think we cannot afford any more projects, and we've already had a number of projects in Torrance that people in Torrance that we've helped. And I also believe that this will increase our taxes, which already is at 10.25%. I don't believe this is a place for development, and I feel that also there are a number of school kids around this area that I don't feel it's a safe place to build. And I want to maintain the quality of our city for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Gia Wang, John Kaji, Julia Mo, Lily Wang, Luann Rosevear, Mary Frances Travelli, Miguel Ramos, Mike Patel, Patricia McAllister, Ralph Frederick, Ray Uchima, Roxanne Jacobson, William Brandt, and Shang Li. May we have the next speaker, please?
Good afternoon. My name's Kurt Reeder. I come unprepared because I really wasn't informed about this. I just found out. So I am not prepared for this, but I feel, Torrance is my city and I love my city. I don't want it to change. I know you've had good luck with your programs in San Pedro, although I am in San Pedro often because I work there. So I see the police always visiting the areas right there behind Harbor Boulevard. So I know that there's problems. I don't want to see that in our city. Infrastructure's not there for it. We don't have the police. Please do not do this. And communication. I have my own business. I know communication is the key. We've had a lack of communication here. I just found out. I have 2 friends out of town. They don't even know, and I don't want to ruin their vacation, so I didn't.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andy Porchap. I'm here from the city of Torrance. I used to be a homeless, and I had over 3 years of experience in the homeless, and I came out of homelessness without any of your help, I wasn't mentally ill. I wasn't a drug addict. I worked, and I got myself out of homelessness, and I'm a resident of the homeowner of the city of Torrance. But I would just like to grab the opportunity, all you spending this money on homelessness increases homelessness. 3 years ago, when Ms. Hong was at the opening in my city, we had 36,000 homeless. Now, 3 years later, we have 41,000 homeless in LA County. So I just like to congratulate you, your great work. Don't keep it up, please. Don't.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Dylan Wakayama, lifelong resident of Torrance. I just want to set the record straight and say that you guys have no right to compare what you guys are doing with this program to our 3290 project. 3290 is very successful because it's locally run. It's managed by local police. We got community input. We have had none of that when it comes to this insane project that you guys are proposing. If you look at the numbers of this, when it comes to 3290, there's complete transparency as to where every single dollar is going. With this, we don't have that. If you look at the Weingart Center, for example, they spent $164 million on Tower 1A, which is $546,000 per person. And I just want to know where that money is going. I want to know who's getting a cut. I'm sure that guy over there is getting a cut. I'm sure you're getting a cut, Janice. And I think that's real cute and funny. But at the end of the day, this is going to be a disaster of a project. It's near 5 different schools. It's near all sorts of different facilities. There is no community input in terms of the location or anything.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is William Brandt, Government Affairs Coordinator for the Torrance Area Chamber of Commerce. The Torrance Area Chamber of Commerce, an organization representing 859 businesses, expresses our opposition for the proposed Homekey Plus program funding in our city of Torrance. The proposed permanent supportive housing project at 3525 Torrance Boulevard is in the heart of Torrance, surrounded by restaurants, hotels, and other service-related businesses who are chamber business owners. Our Chamber of Commerce nor our local business owners were given advance notice of the action to be taken today. Local business leaders would have appreciated the opportunity to give input in advance, such as sharing our local expertise and providing leadership on this project of great significance to our community members. Greater transparency and cooperation between county authorities and their local counterparts should be a priority going further on projects of this magnitude. The high-density supportive housing facility in this specific location may result in unintended consequences for local commerce, consumer behavior, and economic vitality of this commercial hub. This does not mean we don't support addressing homelessness, but we do not support the 3525 Torrance Boulevard location as it stands right now.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Miguel Ramos. Although I like the Homekey program and what it's doing for the community, just to let you know, I'm a product of second chances, maybe third chances. But I'm also a product of what working hard looks like and being able to successfully buy a home, be a homeowner, multiple properties throughout the Los Angeles County. And my dad used to take me to the city of Torrance because it was a safe place. It was a place where it was an environment where we can be as a family and be able to walk through the streets and be able to shop. I am opposed against this particular location in the city of Torrance. Torrance has worked hard to create an environment to revitalize this particular community around the Lama Mall. They created an environment where we need more hotels. We need more, and there's a lot of revitalization happening, and I'm opposed to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Jia Wang. I'm a mom of 2 daughters. My little one is only 10 months. I'm here because I want to fight for my daughter. We are living a great school district, and they have many newborn in our district. And this is a great school district. Many alumni from the UCLA and other good university. And today the Homekey is housing the stability of virtual or mental health wellness. That location is in the center of the Manning school. Nearby, they have 5 elementary school, 2 middle school, 1 high school. They have 22,000 students in Torrance and 10 million students at Redondo nearby.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello. My name is Lily. I'm a Torrance resident in this neighborhood. I'm a mom of school-age young children. So we have been here for 10 years, and we have established deep emotional bonding with this neighborhood. My kids walk to the library, walk to the swimming pool to take the swimming lessons. And so I oppose this project because this is not a good location for such a project. And this is the heart of Torrance, close to senior condo, close to assisted living, close to a middle school, all within 5 minutes walking distance. And this is a gem of Torrance. So we respectfully request that this proposal be put on hold. Erie County should provide the City of Torrance and its residents sufficient time to engage in open discussion and meaningful communication before moving forward. Rushing this process and pushing it through quietly gives us the impression that community voices are being overlooked, leaving us feeling disregarded and stripped our.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Chair Barger, members of the LA County Supervisors, my name is Ray Uchima, and I'm a former planning commissioner for the city of Torrance, as well as a commercial real estate consultant for the past 45 years. My office is within walking distance of this site, so I'm very familiar with it. And I can say without hesitation, this will not be beneficial to businesses and homeowners in this area. Businesses including Nordstrom, Del Amo Mall, the Marriott Hotel and Doubletree, and several restaurants are very concerned about negative impacts this project could have on their business and safety concerns. They specifically fear losing customers and additional security costs they may incur. As a result of this direct impact to the County of Los Angeles and the City of Torrance, we can least afford the costs in terms of sales tax generation.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, and thank you for being here. My name is Ralph Frederick. I just want to be on the record as opposing, or if you would kindly choose another location. This one does seem like it's tailor-made for the project at hand, but it is the location that is the problem. If you could try and find a better location, I think that would be the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is John Kaji, Council Member, District 1, and I, along with my colleagues, voted unanimously last Friday for the county to table this item. For myself, having long had experience in Little Tokyo, in which my father and I founded the Japanese American National Museum, we've seen the influx of homeless from Skid Row into Little Tokyo. I'm concerned about this particular location. It's the center and it's the heart of our commercial district in the city of Torrance. I believe that perhaps with more cooperation between ourselves and the county, we can find perhaps a suitable location. However, the way that this was presented to us by stumbling upon the agenda on a Thursday morning, rushing through to get a special meeting, has resulted in the creation of not good faith, but bad faith and distrust and cynicism. So I continue to take the position as my colleagues, and I hope that you pull this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Supervisors. I'm Mary Frances Travelli. I'm a Torrance resident opposed to Agenda Item 6. This item was conceived and agendized without the knowledge or consent of the City of Torrance, its residents, business owners, or stakeholders, and it did not consider the limited resources of our first responders, police, and infrastructure. Earlier today, I also was pleased to hear Supervisor Mitchell use the word hyperlocal. Unfortunately, this project is the opposite of hyperlocal. It's top-down, it has very little to no local buy-in and lots of concerns, and to me, that does not set it up for success. Finally, I watched the City Council meeting on Friday, and the gentleman from the Weingart Foundation, who is right here, told us not to worry, just apply, and you'll have plenty of time to shape it. But I read the grant notice, and construction begins 60 days after the award of funds. So it's a very compressed time schedule. It just reeks of dishonesty. So we need.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Roseanne Jacobson. I was born in Torrance, and I've been a resident for over 60 years.
and I've worked hard for everything I've earned. I'm sensitive to the needs of persons that do not have a home, but the Board of Supervisors is shameful in its approach to this last-minute rushed government force project at Torrance Boulevard. It shows that you do not have regard for the citizens of your district, and it's not a good fit in that location. Janice Hahn and her staff need to honor the commitment to work with her constituents and not only with the developer of a government ramrodded project where government payouts are involved. The very fabric of our over 100-year-old community is at stake. LA County has incentivized homelessness and even offered free cell phones and instructions on how to be homeless, and it has now become the homeless industry. It is an industry that's not appropriate at the extended stay on Torrance Boulevard. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Luann Rosevier, and I live on Opal Street, so I am representing Opal Street, 1 block south of Torrance Boulevard. And so we live pretty close to the 3290 transient temporary housing, which is next to the children's soccer field, which is next to the library and the police department. Is this too loud? And so down our street, we see the homeless coming all the time, and we want to help them. But this location, whoever thought of this location, stupid. I mean,
Can you please hold your applause and just raise your hands if you agree? Because that's your second notice here, okay? Thank you. Continue.
You get that? I oppose it. But let me just tell you what happens on my street. They come down, they're half nude, they're talking, they're cursing, the arms are flailing, mentally ill, we have to cross over. The woman walking her dog says a homeless person has a knife. Did you call the police? No, we called the police. It was a stick that looked like a knife. When I have my grandson and I see someone riding a bike and his butt show.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Mike Patel, and I represent the ownership and I operate a property located directly next door to this ESA. First, I want to inform the supervisors that the last-minute approach is a typical approach by Vanguard and other applicants from Homekey, so typically to avoid having a crowd like this attend. I'd also like to point out, due to that reason, there's been no local input. I think local input from business owners, especially directly next to the project, would be very impactful and very important as different opinions are to be heard. I'd also like to recognize the first caller that made his comment was very true. There is greed behind this. Blackstone ownership of ESA, along with Weingart and other applicants, are overpaying for these properties. There is another ESA property that's very much more conducive to be acquired and turned into homeless housing, as there's another ESA down the street from that. Operational efficiencies is there. Weingart needs to take a look at that. They would have known if they had local input.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Zhang Li. So first and foremost, I sympathize with homeless people, but we need to address the question correctly. That's why I'm here to strongly against this proposal to put a homeless facility in Torrance location. It will hugely increase the safety risk for schools, seniors, residents, and business, and there are more. It also drain the public resources that already running thin, like medical, fire department, police department, and mental health. It also destroy the property value, like drive residents and business out of the town and eventually destroy the economy of Torrance. The fourth is like a complete lack of transparency and communication from the county to the city. There's no collaboration. We only know that last Friday, and then you rush to vote it this Tuesday. The fifth is like, there's sanitation and environmental concerns. So hereby I urge the board to seriously consider to take Torrance location out of this proposal because everybody is struggling to make our ends meet nowadays, and then we don't want to create more.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Cameron Aganj, and I'm a resident of Torrance on Mesa Street. First off, I want to give my thanks to Ms. Han. We worked on a project in Harbor City together, if you remember the Harbor City Business Coalition. And it was a very successful project. The reason why it was successful was because of the communication. Your office communicated with us, the LAPD did, Captain, gosh, I forget his name, George something, but I can't remember the last name, Gascon, George Gascon. So it was all about communication. If you had given us enough respect, if you had given us enough, our city leaders enough respect, this project would not be opposed so much. We could have actually given you some guidance as to how to do it properly. But unfortunately, that didn't happen.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other in-person speakers to address the board.
Supervisor Hahn, did you want to make any statement?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to everyone who endured this long day to have your voices heard on this project. There seem to have been some common themes that I think we heard from many of the speakers this afternoon that I would like an opportunity for us to address. I mean, one of the first things I think we should clarify is that a project room key is not a shelter. Is that the correct? Yeah, Dana.
Yes, that is correct. It's an opportunity to rehabilitate or develop new projects, and most of those have been motel conversions in Homekey rounds 1 through 3, and also the same is true for Homekey Plus.
We heard from some of the speakers that they think other hotels, they're not necessarily against the idea of helping the homeless, but they felt like there were some other hotels that might have been better. They were in a different location. They might have worked better, and kind of wondered how this particular hotel is the one we're selecting. And it's my understanding, and you can clarify, that the county, we don't actively go out and try to find hotels. We don't really set up community task force and say, where should we locate a project room key. It's my understanding that it's usually the hotel owner who wants to sell their hotel and partners with us. In this instance, it's my understanding that the owner of the Extended Stay America hired a broker to find a buyer for his hotel, and reached out to the Weingart Center once he understood that there was a project room key that he could participate in. And then the Weingart Center partnered with him, came to the county, and that has become our application to the state. Is that kind of how it works?
Yes, that is generally how it works, and then I'd like to pass it over to Weingart to just more accurately describe what happened with this particular project.
So just want to clarify, Project Homekey, not Project Room Key, very different.
I'm sorry,
very different program.
Homekey, right.
So again, clarify, this is a permanent apartment building, and yes, in fact, the county issued an RFP. We, the Weingart Center, responded. There was a broker. This hotel was for sale. Some of the rules of the state Homekey program also require them to be within a certain distance of services and amenities that the residents can use. Needs to be near grocery stores, near pharmacies, near public amenities, and as well as transit. So that is the process that we followed here.
So I've been saying, well, the reason it makes sense is because, as was mentioned, the tiny home village, the 3290, this seems like a good next step for those folks. And it sounds like there's hasn't been a lot of problems associated with the tiny village, but they need a place to have, they need to move on to their own apartment, right? So I've been saying that this makes sense to help address the current homelessness problem in Torrance. How, and I don't know if this is Dana, can we really focus on those who are unhoused in Torrance? How do we make sure that it's those, particularly in the tiny home village, who've already begun to stabilize a little bit, how do we ensure that they're the ones that get access to this home key?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that question. So, you know, as we've heard from the public comment, you know, we are focused on working together in partnership with with the city and with the providers. I know that Harbor Interfaith, we can work through the engagement process. So this is the start of this process through submitting the application, but there will be other opportunities for engagement with the city. And so we can work together to look at by name lists and also understand this is for, and we can make sure that we're working with Torrance to serve residents in their area.
So this, I know I'd gotten a call over the weekend from one of the council members who said, can't we just make this sort of a 55 and older, limited to seniors or veterans? And of course, I have a very successful veterans Homekey project. Certainly the city of Torrance is known for their love of their military. They just had their armed services parade. They honor their veterans. Is there a way, again, sort of similar to focusing on Torrance unhoused folks, can we focus and make sure that those who are seniors who are unhoused, those who are the veterans in Torrance who are unhoused, get into these apartments?
Yes, absolutely. We want to say that the county is committed to serving our older adults and our veteran population, and so that can be part of the engagement with the city and the providers there. But I want to clarify that this project wouldn't be solely for those that are older adults or veterans, but we can certainly, as a part of the engagement process, work to make sure that we're serving those populations.
Because I have found certainly that it does seem to get more community buy-in when we remind people that it's our veterans who are sleeping on our streets, and what a shame that those who fought for this country are finding themselves without a roof over their head. And those are the ones I hope we can really focus in. So the other thing I've heard several speakers like, can't you delay this? Can't you put a pause on this? Can't we wait a little bit? Emilio, what's the deadline that we're coming up against, and why do we need to take this vote today? And what would happen if we miss this deadline?
Thank you for that question, Supervisor. Yes, there is a very hard and fast deadline that the state has set to submit applications of May 30th. So if we do not submit an application by that deadline, then
May 30th.
May 30th, exactly.
Friday.
Then that funding can be swept up and be provided elsewhere to other projects throughout the state.
So we would lose that funding.
Yes, we will lose out on $142 million.
How much?
$142 million.
Let me ask this question to Kevin. We apply for this, we submit our application. We'll hear, I think in July, whether or not the state grants these applications that we're applying for. If the state approves this application for this project Homekey, what happens? What are the next steps?
So upon getting the award from the state, it's a 60 to 90-day process just to do the contracts and to memorialize in paper the award. Then we go through the normal process of rehab and construction. A number of the units will have to be rehabbed to meet current ADA requirements. We will come up with a landscaping plan, a security plan. We plan to reach out to the community, both elected and non-elected community members, as we have in all of our other similar projects. And the construction process, in most cases, is 9 months-ish, depending on how much extensive rehab we have to do. We work with the community along the way. We talk about a security plan. We make sure that there is contact information around. We plan to have 24-hour security and landscaping and lighting, and we actually think we will upgrade the exterior of this building. The other thing to point out is that this is a building where people aren't necessarily, we don't allow people to hang out in front of our buildings. We have a number of buildings in almost all of your district where we don't let people hang out. And the reason they don't hang out is because we provide amenities inside the building to help occupy them. All of our buildings have a dog run. We're a completely pet-friendly place. All of our facilities have outdoor space within the project so that no one needs to have any kind of negative impact
Yeah, because
on the
I've heard that too. There's concerns. Again, they talk about schools nearby, children walking by. There was a concern that people are loitering out front. I've heard concern that what if the building falls into disrepair and it physically looks unattractive? They're worried about how that impacts the particular area and neighborhood where this.
We're going to rehab the building, so it will start off not quite pristine, but virtually pristine. And the other thing that we do is we build into the budgets and the operating plans significant replacement dollars in order to maintain the building over time.
Yeah, two more questions. One, maybe Torrance has never heard of you or the Weingart. Have you run these project Homekeys before?
Yes, we have, I believe, 5 permanent supportive housing Homekeys and 1 interim Homekey that we cooperated with the state, Norwalk, Whittier, Baldwin Park. I'm missing one.
Los Angeles.
And 1 in Los Angeles. We also have built just down the street here a couple of very large towers in Supervisor Solis's district, formerly Supervisor Mitchell's district. We also operate a very nice permanent supportive housing building, speaking of commercial corridors, on Santa Monica Boulevard in Westwood. I laugh that it happens to be right across the street from the Porsche dealership. So we are experienced in working with communities who very much care about their communities. And there is always some question about it, but we have a pretty good relationship with the communities that we are involved in.
I mean, I know the people we heard from today, felt like this is it, this is the end. They had no opportunity for any input. And there might be some validity to them feeling like the communication was lacking. What now? Is there a role, if in fact this board approves this today, is there an ongoing role for the city, for their homeless outreach workers, for the community, for the residents around the extended? Is there a place now, is there a role now for them to shape going forward what this actually becomes?
Absolutely. We will, make ourselves available, not just in the design phase, but also in the operations phase. We understand that we want to be good neighbors, and certainly we will involve the community in the design process. I think, a lot of the concerns tend to be security related, and we tend to emphasize that. We tend to have, pretty good security cameras. We tend to have fences. We tend to have landscaping so that it's aesthetically pleasing, so that when the Olympics come or when the World Cups come, we are not a blight on the community, but hopefully, we hope to be a benefit.
I appreciate that, and I think we have a lot of work to do to work on this relationship. I will say, the other Homekeys in my district, I honestly believe, I think they all started out rocky, but I honestly believe that each of those communities, each of those neighborhoods, one of them is right across the street from a high school, have come to see that this, in fact, is a benefit for their city, their community, and they look at it as a real, humane, dignified solution to people sleeping on their streets.
In your district, Supervisor, I think we will open the one in Norwalk in just a few weeks, and people can come and see the kind of work that we do and the kind of.
I was going to say, are the people welcome to drive by and look at some of?
Sure. There's one on Santa Monica Boulevard. 11010 Santa Monica Boulevard. I think you can just take a drive-by, and without knowing what we're talking about today, you wouldn't know what kind of person lives there. You won't see people hanging out. And very soon, although it's still under construction, so there's still a construction fence, I think, what's our date, Ben?
June 30th for Norwalk.
So June 30th, we plan to open one in Norwalk, which is in a commercial district next to a very beloved restaurant who has been very cooperative, and we've worked with him very specifically, and also next to a commercial strip. So we understand that we need to work within the communities to make these projects work long-term, and we're committed to doing that.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Kevin, I just want to say that you've now been operating our care village on Vignes, and how many units do we have there, and what amenities are available?
Hilda Solis Care Village is a 232 interim housing project, and again, we had some opposition going into it, as you remember, but it's even an interim housing project, and we have no problems from our residents in the area. And that's kind of adjacent to Chinatown, adjacent a little north of here.
It's a business district.
Yes.
Homeboys Industries is next door, and we just opened up a program there. Homeboys is going to be providing culinary training to residents and people that are looking for, jobs and that really need this help. So I'm really happy about that. We're also adding that as a component.
Thank you, Supervisor. And I also do want to emphasize 24-hour security, and during the day, these permanent supportive housing, by definition, comes with support. So there are 6 to 7 case managers there every day, all day during business hours, to help all of these tenants. And these are tenants. They get a lease, and they go through a lease-up process just like any other apartment. There are 7 people there whose job it is to help these people continue to have their lives stabilized.
Great. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And, while we've spent a lot of time talking about one location in Torrance, I want to acknowledge the motion actually includes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 locations, so that shouldn't be lost on us. I want to just acknowledge that through the partnership with the state of California, the Homekey program, our CEO, Homelessness Initiative, we've been able to draw down $523 million for 32 projects, totaling 2,053 units. I'm proud to say that 11 of those sites, 1/3, are in the 2nd supervisorial district. And from my perspective, homelessness is a regional problem which will require a regional solution. 527 units have found their way into the 2nd district, and I'm very pleased with that. I'm also pleased to represent a city, Redondo Beach, that's reached functional zero, a city that has stepped up to the plate. And functional zero, for those who aren't familiar with the term, means that within the city they have multiple stages of housing, from interim, from a pallet shelter to interim to permanent, to meet the needs of all the unhoused in their city. I don't know if you know, Supervisor Hahn, if someone can tell me what Torrance's PIT count was this year, because I heard about one housing development, but I'm not sure that, I don't know if that's enough.
355.
So the one housing development that people seem to be supportive of is not enough, it doesn't sound like. And so the goal is for all of us, cities, the county, and our unincorporated communities, is to get to functional zero, where all of us.
Can you please hold your voice down in the
I
audience,
didn't interrupt
please?
public comment, so I choose not to be interrupted. I listened attentively. And so I think the goal is for every community to figure out how we provide supportive services for our family, friends, and neighbors in our own community. I heard lots of comments about that it wasn't suitable. So I'm not sure how people define what's suitable. It's a permanent supportive housing site, which means that there will very likely, Senator Murray, be families housed there or seniors housed there. So close proximity to community amenities makes sense, because people who live there should have a right to access to a local public school and a park and a library as well. Do you have a sense of who will be housed there? It will be families, or?
We don't have families slated for this one, but we do. The keep in mind that the median, I'm not sure if the right term is median or average, but the average person who is experiencing homeless is 55 plus. So you're almost always getting people who are seniors. It is our intention to prioritize local Torrance residents. If your pit count was 350 and you have a 40-person tiny home village, we are the next step in evolution for the people in that tiny home village. So we'll have approximately 120 units. Am I right on that bit? 120 units. So we are the next phase of permanently housing those people. So in fact, to your point, we could be, with community support and community input, which we hope to get in the future, a path toward functional zero.
Which I'm sure Supervisor Hahn and everybody should be proud of, because
Yes.
again, the tiny homes is not a permanent solution. That's interim housing.
Right.
And so people have to move on. I know I hear a lot, and I know Supervisor Hahn has too, because we've partnered on it in terms of RV encampments. We hear a lot from our business community, and what slows us up from transitioning people out of RVs in disrepair in our communities is having a place to move them to. So from my perspective, I'm proud that there is on this list yet another Homekey site that we'll call the second district home, with Path Ventures, not Weingart. If we are to move people out of RVs, which should be our collective goal, particularly with all of the games coming, I am proud in the second district to be home to the vast majority of the sites that will host the Olympics. So to get RVs off the street in the second district is really important for our regional effort. I'll shrug too. So thank you to Weingart, Path Ventures, all of these organizations that are helping us close our housing gap across the region. You know, I will just say, I'll say to you, Senator Murray, and to you, Supervisor Hahn, you know, it's one thing to come and bring facts, but to, you know, kind of poke fear-mongering and accusation of people getting buyouts. I happen to know you both. Senator Murray, you've had a long, distinguished public career. Appreciate you transitioning from public service into another arm of public service in terms of building housing for those in most need. You know, I certainly would not align myself with the comments of a baseless accusation in terms of people getting buyouts. So I'll be supporting today's motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn, did you have your mic on?
No, thank you. And again, thank you for the questions and concerns. You know, I know it's starting out rocky, but I would hope that going forward, we will begin to show the benefit. And you're right, Supervisor Mitchell. My goal is that the cities in my district get to functional zero. And you won't be able to reach functional zero unless you have apartments that people who are in shelters or on the streets or in RVs can move into. And that is my goal. Thank you.
All right, Executive Office.
Madam Chair and members of the board, item 6 is before you with Supervisor Horvath recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code 84308.
Okay, before we vote on it, assuming Supervisor Hahn, you want to move the item?
Yeah, I move the item.
And
Mitchell seconds.
Mitchell seconds. Okay, very good. With that, please call the roll.
Guys, can we?
Oops, as amended.
Supervisor.
It's been amended, so. It can
Amended
move
with
as
the
amended.
item
Oh,
1D, right?
Supervisor Solis amended, right? You added one
Yes,
project.
we added one.
So
in
it's
August.
moved as amended.
So, yes.
Moved
As
as
amended.
amended.
As amended.
Or, yeah.
Okay. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 3-0. Now we move on to item 1D,
I'll move that
Also as amended.
also as amended.
as amended. Okay, I move. We have a
Supervisor
second?
Solis moves.
That's my item.
Do we have a second? Supervisor Mitchell seconds.
Oh, call the roll.
Supervisor, and, okay. So to approve this item, Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 3-0.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on now to public comment. These are items not held by the supervisors and general public comment. Executive Officer.
We will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on all items not held for discussion by supervisors and general public comment. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on these items. You must indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address in order for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time.
We will now call in-person speakers, and while they're coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers. This will be public comment on items 5, 10A, and general public comment. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Amelia Jones and Octavio Ortiz. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
BLM is a fraud, and all evidence of George Floyd must be immediately replaced with pictures of those killed in the riots and those business districts destroyed. Supervisor Horvath, Greg Gutfeld has an enlightening comment for you on LBGTQXYZ, which your staff can search for you. Alcatraz with rats and squat toilets for spending tax dollars on illegals. General public comment at the end of the meeting is a left-wing effort to silence the constituent and violates the purpose and intent of the Brown Act. God bless America. God protect President Trump from the Democrat Party of assassins, perversion, and child molesters.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Anna Lee, your line is open. You may begin.
Crime is running rampant in this area. My parents have not had landline service due to telecommunications companies advising that due to copper wire theft, they cannot provide any service. The crime has been so bad that the telecommunications company is stating they can't even forward calls to my number because the damage is so extensive. If the Board of Supervisors do not support and advocate for all wire and copper theft with punishment by the death penalty with death by electric chair, then you, all 5 of you sitting there, are complicit in elder abuse. Elder abuse. You are allowing no punishment to go for these. So again, death penalty for wire.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. And I'll go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
When I was up earlier, I forgot to mention I am a 7-year deaconess at Second Baptist Church of Los Angeles. So I come offering my public comment as a poem that I have dedicated to Los Angeles and the state in my anticipation and excitement for all developments as we approach LA 28. And it's called World Finest. 24 hours later, the crested peak began to ascend. He called her Tierra Madre Azul, and her priorities were to reach for his stars and to run free. Del Sur, the birds parade in her calico waters, finding love in limelight. Those Norte nights are world-renowned. Her cousins, Dolomite and Tangiers, will agree. 24 hours later, the snow melted and the rain fell. Mama Nina said bon ciao and left surprises along the western shores. He called her Tierra Madre, the mejor. 24 hours later.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you.
Is that me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Hello, Hilda, Supervisor Hilda. You already know me, I think. So it's better news, but unfortunately, it keeps going, and there's no stopping with Wildwood. You know, they're going to increase the rent, yet I still get harassed by the staff in the mobile park, Wildwood Mobile Park, and it keeps going. When is this going to stop? But yet they're increasing the rent. They've used the law to There are different cases that they use to increase the rent. It used to be $20 every year. Now it's going to be 35. Yeah, I agree. They have to raise the rent, but yet I'm being harassed by the management, the owners. They think that I'm stupid or something, but they keep harassing me. The owners, and I know who they are. I seen them. They actually drive by where I work and where I go to work, buy things.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, why don't you meet with my staff right here? She'll help you out. Thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Katya Nelson with APLA Health. I'm also a member of the End the Epidemics Coalition. I just want to say thank you to all of you for your longstanding commitment to ending the HIV epidemic in LA County. I know you're all aware that we're about 3 days away from our prevention system potentially crumbling, so thank you so much, Supervisor Horvath, for your ask for bridge funding. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for your proposed motion at the cluster tomorrow in support of the End the Epidemics ask to the governor to shore up our system for a year. We know that we're going to continue to see attacks, and so just want to thank you again, ask you all to keep supporting us, to make sure that we protect this important and critical system and don't see it collapse. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, Executive Officer.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes our time for public comment on these items. The following items are before you, items 5 and 10A.
Okay, moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the Executive Officer. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Supervisor Mitchell. Aye.
Mitchell, aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you, members. Thank you to the public. This concludes today's meeting. The next regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors will be held on Tuesday, June the 3rd, 2025 at 9:30 a.m. Thank you all very much. We are adjourned.